Hey guys, welcome back. Before I start the show, I thought I would give you a kind reminder the last couple of days for the giveaway. As you know, I have four of these. I have the entire set to give away. The first month, I chose for January the color orange. So the conditions are pretty straightforward and they are posted on Instagram in that particular post. So if you would like to go on and sign up, if you haven't already, as long as you're subscribed here, you follow me on Instagram, the rest is a piece of cake. You will have a very high chance of winning because there are not many participants so far. There are not many entries. So that should be a little bit of an encouragement at the very least. In either case, the remaining three, I'll come up with some other more exciting ways to give something that would energize the channel a little bit. So stay tuned. If you are not interested in the orange for whatever reason and you're looking forward to the green or the blue or perhaps the classic, stay tuned. So, guys, welcome back. Good evening. Welcome to the show, live from Los Angeles. I'm so happy to have you here. We are going to talk about a couple of the Sotheby's auctions. You know, we already went through the Hong Kong listings and did a preview of those. They are based in these cities, namely Hong Kong and London, but really the system is pretty much turned towards an online auction in this case. As you know, the official seasons are really fall and spring rather than winter. So these are a little bit of an extra, which is not to say that they're filler. There are still so many exciting watches here. And you can see how the online auction format is, in a way, influencing the bidding process, since a lot of the watches, after maybe a couple of initial bids, if that at all, or if any at all, I should have said, simply remained there. And I think most people are waiting for that, uh, for those last few minutes and at least for that last day to pull the trigger, as one should, as one should. Um, this is a great mix of some iconic vintage models, some very elegant pieces, recent hype watches, as well as, of course, some rare collectibles that are limited editions, namely of Tudor's recent collaborations with a couple of different branches, as it happens, of the British military. So, since I had started from the beginning last time, I want to start from the end and take a look at some of these collectibles that they are putting. Someone, I think, just wanted to get rid of all of their Patek Philippe goodies, whether they feel bitter about a certain kind of experience, or they're tired of the brand, or simply they want to cash in on some of the favors they have received from the brand over the years. As you can see, the last, uh, you know, 2 dozen or so of the items are all Patek Philippe things, paraphernalia that they are want to give to some of their most loyal customers. So let's start with the very end, which are a set of 5 embossed coasters. These can be great, a great gift for a Patek Philippe fan for sure. It can be a great gift for the Patek Philippe hater too, I guess, because you can place all sorts of things on it. Um, this particular piece, which is again a set of 5 coasters at lot 95, is estimated to go for 200 to 400 pounds sterling, and currently 4 bids have already taken it up to 200 British pounds. A 94 is blue Saffiano leather, zipped padfolio, and a notebook. This is actually a very useful and classy accessory. Not sure at that price, but I guess for a Patek Philippe fan, again, it could be an interesting thing. The only mark from the outside is quite subtle, actually, with the Calatrava cross adorning the zipper. Not sure if there is any other sign, maybe an embossed cross somewhere. Don't know, but actually it looks quite nice. Not necessarily at that estimated value of 800 to 1200 pounds sterling, but still, the current bid stands at 300 British pounds with more than 9 days left on the clock. St. Peter, what is that? What do you mean by that? Um, this is a large magnifying glass, a kind of loop, but perhaps a little outsized, decorated with, again, the brand's symbol, the Calatrava cross, all over the place. And this lot number 93 has an estimated value of 300 to 500 pounds, and it has already transcended that. It has already surpassed that and is at 1,000 pounds sterling. Sorry about that. Forgot to turn my phone off. Next up, random emoji. All right. Well, next up is a set of 3 golf balls. Very suggestive. Not 1, not 2, but 3. Branded by one of the most famous golf brands, Titleist. These 3 Patek Philippe co-signed balls are estimated to fetch an amount between 100 to 200 British pounds, and they currently stand at 50 pounds. The golf theme continues. This is lot 91, a brown leather golf bag with a towel. This is kind of cute. They certainly know their customer. They certainly know the lifestyles of their customer. Golf balls, golf bags, coasters and loops and magnifiers. And this is also branded on both sides. You know, if your friends missed, you know, that you are such an honored customer of Patek Philippe on one side, for good measure, it's branded on both sides, so no one will miss that you're a Patek collector on the course. This is lot 91, 1,000 to 2,000 pounds sterling of estimated value, with the current bidding standing at 700 pounds, with 10 bids racked up already, with more than 9 days to go. Aussie should get a Patek first, I think, maybe. I think he's far from Patek, actually. I'm not sure if I ever heard him get excited about a Patek watch. By the way, I'm gonna drop the auction listing to the chat, so if you want me to pay attention to any particular item, feel free to send the lot number with a super chat, and I'll be more than happy to go in some detail. Here's a porcelain trinket box, again branded Patek Philippe, with a nice floral motif. Could be a cute little trinket itself for a lady's nightstand. And this is lot number 90, 300 to 500 pounds of estimated value, with the bidding standing at 200 currently. 89, folding compact umbrella with wooden handle. It reminds me of that Curb Your Enthusiasm episode where he forgets his hotel branded umbrella in the Chinese restaurant. No, in the Japanese restaurant. God damn. And then when he comes back, they insist that they should be sending the umbrella back to the hotel rather than giving it back to him, since it doesn't belong to him. It can't belong to him. It is branded by the name of the hotel. So be careful if you do get this wonderful Patek Philippe umbrella with the Calatrava cross on it, with the branding on the sleeve as well. Make sure you don't leave it behind in a restaurant. They might try to ship it to Geneva, and you'll be left without an umbrella. This is an expensive umbrella indeed, because the bidding is already at 200, even though the estimate had a high ceiling of 200 to begin with. A brown automatic folding compact umbrella with wooden handle. Automatic as opposed to hand wound, I guess. Nice. Lot 88. This is, I think, so far probably the most useful for the horological enthusiast. It's a leather watch box that would accommodate 20 pieces. You have a nice sleeve here, which can also serve presentation purposes, of course, cleaning as well. And you also have a little bit of a compartment under it, so you can actually put your straps and maybe a few documents or similar things as well. And you can see, as I said, this seems to be the most useful, and lot 88, with all this time to go, is already being bid at 4,200 pounds sterling. Considering how much branded watch boxes and trunks go for, I can imagine how an excitable collector would bid on something like this. This is, again, lot 88, a brown leather watch box, Patek Philippe branded, for about 20 watches, currently being bid at £4,200 sterling. Thomas Broadbent, hey, nice to see you. JB, St. Peter, of course, dropped in early, not to forget him. A brown calf leather bifold wallet, again, a practical item, and subtly branded enough. You know, if you are interested in that imagery, if you're a Patek Philippe fan, I'm sure you would be satisfied by that embossed logo on it. Lot 87 already has 3 bids that have brought the bidding up to £100, and the estimated value was £100 to £200. So let's see how far this will go. 86 is a Patek Philippe pen by the famous maker Caran d'Ache, based out of Geneva. Again, the logo on the cap. I think with an extra filler as well. Yes, a spare blue ink cartridge. Yeah, I mean, this is the fascinating part, right? You know, it says product literature and Patek Philippe outer sleeve. Aussie, if you are in the audience, or if Aussie expat comes in later, he can also clue us into some of the stuff that he got from his Rolex authorized dealer, Rolex sales associate so far. And one of the most interesting things about these items, these elements, is their packaging, is their presentation, which certainly encourages the collector, certainly evokes collectability, right? Because they have their proper packaging, sleeve, product code, and everything. They come packaged as it were any other Patek Philippe or Rolex item. You know, one of our friends in the community, for example, um, was gifted with his Vacheron Constantin overseas dual time, uh, a leather belt that has the same buckle as his strap. I'm assuming because they have a lot of their leather, special leather products made by Serapian Milano. It was made by that heritage manufacturer, which is also owned by Richemont, and he didn't have it cut. He never even used it, and I can certainly understand, even though that half Maltese cross is quite subtle and kind of could go for about anything as both a pin buckle and a belt buckle. But anyway, so the brands themselves certainly encourage collectability. Not that they necessarily encourage or endorse uh, the selling of these items on the secondary markets, but that's exactly how it works, of course. Lot 85. This is, of course, one of the classics, white gold pair of Nautilus cufflinks that mimic the design of that dial here, actually in white gold, and for that polar white dial. This is estimated to fetch an amount between 1,000 to 2,000 pounds. The current bid stands at £1,000. My disappointment with these brand cufflinks is usually the fact that they are just one-sided. You know, they have those keepers in the back, and then what they supposed to represent, whether it's the Calatrava cross or the Nautilus dial or the Royal Oak dial. um, IWC has some interesting ones as it happens, and that's another topic. But at the price point that these actually are sold for by brands, I feel like it should be a little more extravagant, and should have you know something else on the other side than just the keeper. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't double up on the dial of the watch, certainly, but maybe a subtle Calatrava cross on this side. In AP's case, maybe the initials of the brand, like a logo itself could be. But I feel like it's a little too naked on one side, having so much ostentation on the other. I think it's a little bit of an unbalanced product, but I guess it is what it is. At the end of the day, it is a little bit overbearing to wear something like this, especially if you are wearing that watch. I feel like it's a little bit of an overkill, but who am I to say? Lot 84. This is again another set of coasters. I think this is a little more interesting. I would really be hesitant to have this necessarily used as coasters, but in either case, it would be beautiful to have as decoration already, because they represent 6 historical Patek Philippe watches that are decorated in that artisanal fashion, whether it is enamel, gem setting, cloisonné, or a combination of all of them. So 6 coasters with printed motifs that represent 6 historical pocket watches by Patek Philippe at lot 84. The bidding stands at £100 right now, and the lot has an estimated value of £200 to £400. We have a travel box, a travel pouch with removable pillows for 2 watches. Again, I think this is a very useful piece, and something that you can actually integrate to your life, and not just preserve as a collectible. So unsurprisingly, this leather roll for 2 watches is already being bid at 400 pounds sterling, which is twice as the high ceiling of the estimated value. Another one, which is a display tray for 3 watches, again branded by Patek, and it is actually a faux leather product, which may disappoint you, which may be preferable. I would certainly appreciate something like that rather than doubling down on leather. This is lot 82, a 3-watch display tray by Patek Philippe. The estimated value being 500 to 1,000 British pounds. The bidding stands at £300. Ah, this is a man after my own heart. Thomas, that's one of my favorite stories of all time. Um, because if you know, St. Jude's Hospital was actually founded by Danny Thomas, who is a famous actor and comedian who struggled quite a bit early in his life. He was born to Lebanese immigrants in Michigan and could not quite make it in his early years as a performer, as an actor. And at some point, he made a wish and said, if I make it, if I finally make it as an actor, I will donate in the name of St. Jude's. And St. Jude, as some of you might know, is the patron saint of lost causes. So it's quite a touching story. It's really a beautiful story, and the fact that he built a children's hospital out of it makes it even more meaningful. The foundation, I think, is still led by Marlo Thomas, who uh, is, of course, an accomplished, a recognized actor in her own regard, and his daughter. Um, yes, that is my favorite charity, Thomas. So thank you for reminding everyone. If you have any loose change, people, donate it to St. Jude's before you do anything else. That's beautiful. Hi, Kelly. Nice to see you too. Lot 81 is, again, a Patek Philippe branded briefcase, a soft briefcase that looks, again, very practical. And as with a lot of these practical items that are put on auction as paraphernalia, in this auction, it is already gaining a lot of traction. The bidding right now stands at £1,000 for this Patek branded briefcase made out of wool twill and leather. And the piece has an estimated value of 1,000 to 2,000 British pounds. That was lot 81, a brown calf leather and wool twill briefcase, kind of patterned leather details on a wool twill briefcase. Lot 80 is again a Patek piece. This time you have a briefcase that's in the style of a messenger bag and is of full brown leather with that particular pattern. I don't know why I'm forgetting it right now, but you'll indulge me, because that Saffiano design is actually inspired um, by the traditional uh, deer leather that has been produced in Russia. So famous Russian leather. I think it's I want to say it's like a hatch grain. Yeah, yeah, it's like a hatch grain texture. So that's what they call Saffiano. I think it gives a nice depth to the material, and you get again that embossed Calatrava cross logo emblazoned right in front of the messenger bag. This is lot 80, with the bidding currently standing at 800 British pounds. The estimated value is 1 to 2,000 British pounds. Lot 79 is again a beautiful piece. This is Vite Poche. You can certainly use it as an ashtray if you so wish, if you have such bad habits as I do. Um, but of course, it can also be simply used as a tray for anything, any loose items that you have, from keys to coins, to earrings, cufflinks. I wouldn't recommend a watch. There's such nice valet trays made out of softer material, so you don't get any unnecessary scratches or dings. The great thing about this kind of porcelain that Patek Philippe sends basically on a yearly basis to their most loyal customers um, is that they don't have any random design that decorates them. All of the patterns are usually inspired after a historic watch that Patek Philippe actually produced in its past. So this is one that takes its design after this pendant style watch that is actually in the Patek Philippe Museum, and that was produced in 1909. And of course, these porcelains are manufactured in the traditional way in Limoges, France. Quite a nice little piece. 300 pounds is where the bidding stands at right now, with the estimate ranging between 200 to 400 pounds. You can expect it to go for much more than that. Another pair of cufflinks, this time in the manner that they accompany Patek's dress watches, right? Wonderful little presentation box, and two cufflinks fashioned out of pink gold in the manner of the brand's symbol, the Calatrava cross, 18 karat gold. The current bidding stands at 900 pounds, and the estimate is it is estimated to fetch an amount between 1,000 to 2,000 British pounds. This is the this is the famous item we were making fun of in the last live stream. It is a Patek Philippe branded blanket. Um, Comes with, of course, this fancy little sleeve with a zipper as well, which can help you carry it to a picnic, to your yacht. If you somehow want to, smuggle things across borders, if you want to wrap that piece of antiquity you have just stolen from, say, Greece, you can just wrap it up in this blanket and quickly take it to your yacht. Voila, everything is solved. And you can do it in style too, thanks to this beautiful accessory, Lot 77, which is a gray and white lamb's wool blanket, branded Patek Philippe, with a stylish bag that will allow you to carry it. 600 pounds is where the bidding stands at right now. 76 is another porcelain Vite Poche, another ashtray, another valet tray. Again, beautifully done, hand painted, and once again taking after the design and decoration, namely of a historic pendant watch that Patek had produced in 1893. It's, I think, again, it's a beautiful, beautiful decoration, and in a way, it is introducing one by one Patek's own customers to the heritage that extends well beyond, of course, to the most recent watches that they produced, well beyond the sports models like the Nautilus, like the Aquanaut, which have been extremely popular, of course, in the recent years. Um, it basically starts giving you your museum tour before you even get off your seat or leave your uh, man cave or sitting room. I think it's actually one of the most beautiful ideas. I know Patek does this really well. Breguet is not too bad either, but they can do much better, of course. This is lot 79, Patek Philippe porcelain Vic Poche or ashtray. And the estimated value is 200 to 400 pounds, with the current bidding standing at 200 pounds. We are back to watches. St. Peter says the Patek Philippe blanket is a must-have. Yes, if you're shivering from the hundreds of thousands that you have just spent on watches, you'll be wonderfully served by that blanket as well, which is a use that I forgot just a second ago. So we can add that to certainly to that list of possible uses for a Patek Philippe blanket. To have a picnic, you can use it to spread and sit on, and while you're munching, reading, having a wonderful conversation, showing off your watch. You can use it to wrap up when you're smuggling things across borders. You can use it to put on your shoulders after you are struck mentally and physically by the fact that you have just spent six figures on a single watch. It's really a wondrous, wondrous object. Number one is Rolex Day Date on the presidential bracelet, a pink gold Rolex Day Date from the time period with the reference number 1803 from late 60s is already quite rare. This one is seemingly in a stellar condition, even with the case back sticker intact. My apologies. And it is one that actually has a number of other things going on. This opaline dial is, I think, quite elegant. It also has an Arabic day wheel as well as the date wheel with the Eastern Arabic numerals. The watch is also signed with the name Khalifa ibn Zayed al Nahyan, who is the crown prince, as the moniker for the watch has it here, the deputy ruler of Abu Dhabi. And it comes damn near as a full set, box, papers, hang tags, and the whole rigmarole. The current bidding, there is a single bid so far with the reserve met at 45,000 British pounds, but the lot is expected to fetch an amount between 50 to 100,000 pounds. Number two is a Tudor Pelagos made for the elite parachute regiment of the British Army. It is made in 80 examples. This particular piece happens to be number 38. Pelagos, as you know, is Tudor's serious dive watch, right? As opposed to Black Bay 58. Think of it as Tudor's answer to the Sea Dweller rather than necessarily the Submariner. In its traditional sizing, in its traditional proportions, it is a 42 millimeter watch fashioned entirely out of titanium, served on a matching bracelet. This particular example, of course, has the case back decorated with the insignia of the regiment to which it is dedicated. It's numbered accordingly as well. And it also has the logo of the regiment at 9 o'clock as well. Considering how watches with such provenance have held on their value and have become very much considered attractive and desirable in the vintage market, you can expect something similar happening with these kinds of items. The fact that they have a more traceable and recent history is both a blessing and a curse, if you ask me. It takes away a little bit from the mystique of the speculation that goes with vintage mil spec pieces, right? You know, is this the only one? It's exceedingly rare. You know, how many of them do actually exist? Oh, we found another one. Next season we find 5 others. But in either case, right, there's constantly with vintage collectible military adjacent or military issued watches, there's constantly this sense of mystique, of a certain unknowable but nevertheless very attractive charm. Whereas, of course, when you have a piece like this, which is very recent, well documented, uh, and numbered very specifically 38 out of 80, that mystery is somehow taken away from the process, taken out of the process. That mystique somehow dissipates in air. On the other hand, you know exactly what the provenance is, so you will have a much better documented legacy of the watch, its paper trail for the next generation, and it is performing quite well, actually. Right, this piece, lot 2, had an estimated value of 5 to 7,000 pounds, and the current bidding stands at 12,000 pounds with more than 9 days to go. Number 4 is a gorgeous late 30s Patek Philippe hand-wound chronograph with a sector dial. Arabic numerals adorn 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock. There's a beautiful balance between those Arabic numerals and the two chronograph registers, which align perfectly with the crown and are in fact so well proportioned with it. I know my friend Thomas Broadbent in the chat is very much enamored with that, and so am I. The sector dial seems very well preserved for its age, of course, with the requisite patina. The hands are beautiful feuille leaf-shaped hands that are heat blued, and the case itself is in 18 karat yellow gold. Of course, this piece, which has a relatively well preserved case, a reference 533, is rather um, diminutive in size in relation to modern taste. So 33 millimeter, buyer beware. I think these are becoming increasingly attractive, but among vintage chronographs, vintage Patek Philippe chronographs especially, the oversized versions always carry a certain premium. They are more desirable by a wider group of collectors. So this can be a relative bargain when all is said and done. The piece has a 13 ligne hand-wound caliber, which is based on a Valjoux 23. The current bidding stands at £32 sterling, and lot 4 is estimated to realize a final hammer price between 30 to 50,000 pounds. This is a reference 532, the general, since it was actually presented to Captain Thomas North in 1939. Apparently, that is something that happened. Um, that is something that was given to him by the Brazilians, a Brazilian general, Góis Monteiro, who presented this gift to North as a gesture of goodwill. Yeah, it's a very, very elegant watch. Next up, I want to bring your attention to something that usually falls under the radar. This piece, I think, would not have been otherwise consigned in this kind of high profile auction. It belonged to former Prime Minister of the UK, Harold Macmillan, and it was presented to him by the citizens of Geneva for his participation in the Geneva Conference in the July of 1955, when Macmillan was the foreign minister of the Great Britain at the time. I wanted to bring this up. You know, of course, the historical reason is very important for the reference 6032, but by and large, Vacheron Constantin dress watches from the 50s, from the 60s, and even the 70s are still so undervalued, are still so underrated. Uh, they still fly so under the radar by all sorts of metrics that I urge you to take a look at them. If you like the Calatrava styling, there's so much to go around from Vacheron Constantin, from the 50s, from the 60s, from the 70s, with beautiful movements. I'm especially a fan of the thin, self-winding movements, of which the bases, the ébauches, were produced by Gégé Lecoutre. A great genre of watches to collect, and a great entry point if you actually feel invested or feel interested in the history of these heritage brands, but find some of their more desirable watches, whether we are talking about contemporary sports pieces or complicated vintage pieces. This kind of thing is the sweet spot, right? Especially when it doesn't have um, the provenance that connects it to like some sort of celebrity or an older political figure. In either case, this piece that has an estimated value of 8 to 12,000 pounds sterling actually has not yet attracted a bid. I expect it to sell ultimately, but um, there you go. Just as a representative of a genre, I wanted to share with you this reference 6032, which is a 50s dress watch by Vacheron Constantin. And it is a 34 millimeter in case diameter. You can find a lot of watches from this period: 34, 35, 36 millimeter. And I think they're extremely wearable as dress watches. Vacheron usually has very stylized or simply italicized lugs, which make them wear even larger, which give them a kind of larger than life presence on the wrist anyway. So they're almost ideal. Davi says it's really strange that a brand like VC doesn't demand a similar premium like its peers. Hey, yeah, let's not wake everyone up, Davi. Um, or Davy. I don't know how I should pronounce your name, but yeah, you're right. Perhaps it should, but it really doesn't. Um, we have talked about this a few times uh, in on this platform, on this channel. Vintage Rolex, when it's complicated, commands a certain premium simply because they are rare. You will find them usually as triple calendars with the moon phase, and sometimes in combination of a triple calendar um, with a chronograph, which is called Dato Compax as a model, but is usually fondly remembered or appellated by collectors as the Jean-Claude Killy after the famous Olympic skier and stuntman who appears in the Bond franchise, namely in that famous chase scene uh, in On Her Majesty's Secret Service, George Lazenby's only Bond film to date. This is a 6062 at lot 7. We have a Rolex triple calendar with the moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock. I really love the design of these watches and even the balance of colors. You know, the dial itself is very plain and elegant. You have these chevron index markers in this particular example, which I think echo very nicely with the alpha hands that have been once loomed, of course. You have a pointer date on the periphery of the dial, which gives a nice blue accent, which you see in that sharp arrow, as well as, of course, the starry night sky of the moon phase indicator, which is housed in that small seconds subdial as well. A very beautiful piece from early 1950s, 36 millimeters, so it makes it perhaps, it moves it a little bit closer to mainstream modern taste, even if people start finding more room in their collections for wristwatches that are 36 millimeters and smaller. This one comes on a leather strap, but a matching yellow gold buckle with the coronet, I think, is a beautiful detail. And currently, the bidding stands at 40,000 pounds for lot 7. a yellow gold triple calendar by Rolex, reference 6062, with an estimated value of 30 to 50,000 pounds. Nick Butter, thank you. Thank you so much. $8. Davi says, I won't bring it up again. Hey, I mean, it's a little bit of a joke, but you know what I mean. $8. Thank you so much. Ever heard of Zeppelin? I just purchased one from Chrono24, and lot 4 resembles my purchase of the 100 Jahre. Teddy B influenced my decision. Let's see, what was the Zeppelin? I don't know. I should check it out. I don't know what the reference is. Is Zeppelin like a modern micro brand that makes these sorts of vintage inspired chronographs? Perhaps I've never heard of it. I would love to take a closer look at some point. Perhaps after I inform myself a little better, Nick, with your permission. But I'm assuming both by the name of that model and even the name of the brand, I'm guessing it's a German brand. Of course, 100 Jahre simply means 100 years. And yeah, they seem like vintage inspired chronographs, and they come in a few different settings, but or layouts, I should say. But here is one that perhaps is similar to what you just got. Feel free to correct me. This is a 2-register version that has the 12 to 6 o'clock layout, but there were a few examples with a 3-register layout as well. It is vintage. All right. All right. Well, send me how I should search for it on Chrono24 or otherwise, Nick, in the chat, and I'll pull it up. Lot number 8 is another Tudor special edition. This time it's a Black Bay Blue that was made for the Platinum Jubilee. I think this is a very special one, and I will try to tell you why, because it's not only a piece that commemorates the Platinum Jubilee of Queen Elizabeth II, who has since passed, of course, but it also has a very nice detail on the dial that will endear it to, again, mil-spec watch collectors and Tudor fans alike, which is the Tudor Rose, of course. People have interchangeably or alternately either complained about the Shield logo or lamented the disappearance of the Rose logo from Tudor dials. Although, as you can see here, it probably adorns the crowns of these watches. But this Platinum Jubilee Special Edition actually preserves that detail as the marker of its uniqueness at 6 o'clock with the throne on top of it. This is a piece that was made last year. Has the royal cipher of the late Queen on the case back. And it was a 300-piece limited edition that was produced by RASP, I'm guessing, which is Royalty and Specialist Protection. Think of it like the British counterpart to the Secret Service, the important security detail that serves royalty dignitaries and foreign dignitaries and politicians at that level. And this is a piece that was made last year in 300 examples. And currently it is at 16,000 pounds. It was expected to realize an amount, a final hammer price between 12,000 to 18,000 pounds. And I'm expecting it to go for more again because one, it's mil spec. It's a neo vintage diver watch, and it has the Tudor rose on it, since that belongs to the insignia of the regiment for which it was produced. Just makes it very attractive for a Tudor collector, I think, in every way. So that's lot 8, which is a Tudor Black Bay Platinum Jubilee RASP limited edition, one of 300 pieces. The stainless steel Black Bay is expected to go for 12 to 18,000 in pounds, but it already reached 16 with more than 9 days to go, so expected to sell for even more. At 9 is one of the favorite neo vintage pieces of this channel. This is a 16520, a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, black dial with those contrasting outer rings, in very good condition, again, with the case back sticker intact. You can see the reference number and the crown on it as well, in addition to the hologram. These belong to the first generation of self-winding Rolex Daytona chronographs that were produced from 1988 to 2000. They run on Rolex caliber 4030, which was in turn based on Zenit El Primero 400. And that caliber was, of course, as its name indicates, was the first, or simply one of the first, integrated self-winding chronograph movements in the world. This particular example is towards the end of that run, of this glorious run of 16520, the Daytona Zenit at lot 9, which has an estimated value of 15 to 25,000 pounds, with the current bid standing at 16,000. Thank you, JB. 499. I appreciate you so much. 5-digit Daytona Dazzler. Yeah, they're stunning, stunning pieces. I think you did the right thing by getting the white one, because I find it a little more versatile, a little more exciting in terms of um, how how many different ways you can wear it. But the black one is a classic as well. It would have been a tough decision, honestly, for me. Speaking of those earlier, or rather more recent Tudor references, what we have here is a Milsub, 4-digit Rolex Submariner that was made for the British Royal Navy and issued roughly around year 1972. Again, it is properly engraved on the case back with the numbers for the issue, and it comes on matching NATO strap. The present watch was purchased by the current owner, a helicopter engineer, at a Navy surplus store in southwest England in the late 1980s for the princely sum of £200 sterling. Wowzers. It has been his daily wear since. The watch comes accompanied by the original oyster winding crown, which was replaced with an associated crown visible on the watch. Right, the crown did look like a replacement, and as you can see, it's nice that the original was preserved. I'm sure it can be replaced by a modern Rolex one. I'm guessing there was a reason for that crown to be replaced in the first place, um, which makes this piece not less interesting as a collectible. Uh, from the face of it, the encircled T would have been a sign, anyways, even if you didn't know the um, fixed lugs or the engraving on the case back. But hey, this is, I think, still a very exciting piece, even if it is not in a pristine condition. As you can see, compared to most um, subs from the same generation, it also has the unique detail of having the rotational timing bezel fully graduated to 60 minutes as well. The lot 11 has not yet attracted any bids, but the estimated value is $40,000 to $60,000 for a Rolex Submariner Mil Sub reference 5513. I'm gonna send the link again. So if you want me to pay particular attention to any of these pieces, feel free. At 14, we have a 5970, which is kind of a flagship Patek model, of course. Um, we have talked quite a bit in this era about what really defined Patek Philippe uh, under the patronage um, of the Stern family since the 30s, and it was really the complications, right, with the Patek World Time being introduced in 1937, uh, the perpetual calendar, I believe, in 1940, and with the perpetual calendar chronograph, the reference 1518, introduced in 1941. And at that time, the major feat was, of course, of combining these two complications and serving it up in the shape and size of a wristwatch, which was right around 35 millimeters. 15, pardon me, 1518 for all these reasons. And also, of course, because of its limited number, which is less than 300 examples in all metals, is extremely desirable, extremely collectible. But the concept, the complication, remains very much one of the most representative examples of what a Patek Philippe watch is, and 5970 is, of course, uh, the last in the line, so to speak. Of course, much larger and more muscular than its ancestor, as it is a 40 millimeter watch here with those accentuated, kind of an arachnoid stepped lugs. Um, it's a beautiful piece against the silver dial. I think the rose gold is quite stunning. The heat blued chronograph seconds hand jumps out perfectly. And of course, you have the moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock with a pointer date. You have at 3 o'clock the 30-minute totalizer as well as the leap year indicator. At 9 o'clock, you have the running seconds and an AM PM indicator, the 24-hour um, hand. And of course, the two openings give you the day of the week and the month as well. Of course, this is a piece that has a screw down sapphire case back, which gives you a wonderful glimpse of that Geneva seal movement that was built on the trusty base of Lemania CH27 caliber. And of course, you have a folding clasp fashioned out of the matching material, that is to say, 18 karat yellow gold. This is, of course, a full set, has the pin for adjustments, the hang tag, as well as the snap on case back so that you don't feel cheated out of the material. Lot 14 is a Patek Philippe reference 5970R, one of the last generations to be produced with that Nouvelle Lemania CH27 base. This piece has an estimated value of 120,000 and 180,000 British pounds. It has not yet attracted any bids with more than 9 days to go. Lot 15 is a now discontinued modern classic, the Patek Philippe Nautilus in stainless steel, 5711. As you know, there's currently a little gap in Patek Philippe's lineup insofar as there is no time and date stainless steel Nautilus, but I'm sure that will change quite soon. This is an example from one of the last years of production from 2020 with the classic blue dial that has enchanted many. And this piece has an estimated value of 70 to 100,000 British pounds. Lot 15, Patek Philippe Nautilus reference 5711A, has not yet attracted any bids. At lot 18, we have a piece that comes in the service seal of Patek Philippe, which means that the watch has not been touched since it has been serviced by the maker. Um, but it was not actually polished as part of that service, so it does retain signs of wear, which may or may not be preferable. This is a 5990 in stainless steel, meaning that it is a chronograph travel time. So again, very popular model, especially for Patek's sports watches. The travel time has been extremely popular. Seems kind of self-evident, need not be. Uh, and of course, here you have it combined with the flyback chronograph, which again lives up to the sporty, dynamic, utilitarian claims of the watch, of the Nautilus. This is lot 18, a Nautilus reference 5990A, and it has an estimated value of 100 to 150,000 British pounds. At 19, you have a watch that, for whatever reason, is much more attractive to me. This might be because it is a monopusher split second chronograph. This has a kind of cushion shaped or TV shaped case. The dial has a little bit of a, adorned and vintage like design, even though the watch itself is less than 10 years old. The 5950 is a stainless steel split second chronograph. So you have a monopusher, which is start, stop, reset, and you have an extra pusher on the crown, which allows you to actually split the seconds. And of course, you have the running seconds here and a 60-minute totalizer here. The split second chronograph movement is similarly decorated, but detailed in gilt, as if to contrast with the blackened decoration of the dial, which has a beautiful font and, of course, Breguet numerals as well. The piece comes as a full set with all the presentation material that goes with it. In addition, including the solid case back, and of course, the promotional material, as well as a certificate of origin. The estimated value of the watch is 180,000, 180,000 to quarter million British pounds. Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, I was told to do this again. I'm wearing today my Polar Explorer 2 16570, right from around 2000, year 2000. It's kind of a great cross between some elements of the vintage Rolex aesthetic and a lot of course, a lot of the modern elements, including, of course, functional loom, which none of my other Rolex watches actually have. Um, so this has actually super luminova, It has solid end links, which, uh, by the way, makes it very nice to wear without really overburdening the wrist. And I like the kind of modularity, nevertheless, that's given to me by the holes case, right? As you can see here, once again, um, the case still has the holes. So it means that the watch can be very easily put on a leather strap, because all you need is really a toothpick to get into those holes, pop the bracelet out, and put it on a leather strap, on a NATO strap, on a kind of vegan alternative to a leather strap, whatever you wish. It's very modular. I find it very desirable for that reason. It's really a sweet spot for those who like some aesthetics of vintage pieces, but don't want to go all the way back, and also in reverse for people like me who like the proportions and the modularity of a vintage Rolex watch, but want something that's a little more uh, a little lighter, in mood, and a little less dignified, perhaps, and more sporty for daily wear. And I wanted something that was completely different from what you can find in 4 or 5 digits, of course. Otherwise, so great neo vintage piece, the Polar Explorer. Number 20, I said the World Time in 1938 opened the um, the era of complications for Patek. Of course, the watch um, that was invented and introduced as the world time, as the heure universelle, the reference 542, designed by Louis Cotier, was much different than this, even though this world time 2, with the integral, with the inner cities ring, is also designed by Louis Cotier, as is the double pusher travel time complication. All of that being said, the Patek Philippe World Time remains a very important genre, very important complication for Patek Philippe, very recognizable, and they're especially prestigious with this cloisonné enamel center dial, which depicts a certain portion, a lot of times, of the world map. Cloisonné enamel, of course, involves not only a kind of micro painting, but also uh, the use of these golden threads that are in many cases thinner than human hair, to trace the outlines. So it's an incredibly fine and artisanal kind of work, which adds to both the aesthetic value and desirability and prestige of this watch. This is 5231J, which has that observatoire hour hand that allows you more or less unobstructed view of that cloisonné enamel painting of the world map as well, depicting Europe, America, and Africa, and that um, micro rotor caliber based on the lineage of caliber 240 is a nice sight, is a sight to sore eyes on the back. This is a piece that has an estimated value of 80 to 120,000 British pounds with more than 9 days to go. This piece, this lot is yet to attract a bid, but will surely do so. You can see the crown to adjust the time, of course, and the pusher, the famous pusher, allows you to travel around the world by rotating the city's ring at 1 hour increments at a time. Hey, Meech, how are you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, Lord?
Hey, man, nice to see you. How you been?
I don't know. I guess a little busy.
Okay, you sound a little sad. Is that right? Or
I
just
don't know.
scared?
I don't know if sad is the right word. Just tired. Just tired.
Yeah, it's been a long day for a Sunday, or just generally long.
Nah, it's just been a long month. It's been a long month, and yeah. No, I mean it's we're still part of the. This is when winter really starts to the winter depression really starts to kill people, both metaphorically and physically, I guess. Because it looks like we're going to be having another 2 more months of winter. So.
I see. Well, I'm glad you're here with us. I'm glad you can at least let off some steam here on these streams, so you're not entirely snowed in. I hope you are not thinking it like that.
Oh no, no, it's just no, it just gets tiring here because it looked like for a while it looked like for the last week and a half here we were hitting like temperatures of 30s and 40s and people were getting excited. People were already starting to break out the t-shirts and the shorts. But now we're running into temperatures of -12, -15 again. So
Oh man, that does sound dire. That does sound dire. I remember I was in Norway once visiting this city called Bergen because I wanted to. Well, at that age, I was a little more excited about hiking and nature and whatever else. Hey, Nick. Um, and Bergen happens to be the city that gets most rainfall in continental Europe. Um, and I stepped into this bus, and for whatever reason, well, of course, because I was cheap, I didn't have the fare with me, each. And this nice lady actually paid for my fare, and we started a conversation. And you can imagine she was exactly my type, since she was at least 20 years older than I was. Um, and just to make small talk, I said, like, what, it's not raining, but who cares? I mean, it rains here all the time. You must be used to it. And she said, no, I hate it. So I can imagine, even though it's coming, it snows year after year, and at this time of the year, you're still bothered by it.
yeah, no, I think I don't know, like maybe 3 years ago. Now I don't know, it's hard to tell, but like before the Biden administration tanked the American dollar, the winters
Uh-huh.
weren't so bad. People were cheerful, they had money to spend, the malls
Right.
are full.
In fact,
But
yeah, I
nowadays
mean,
it's
I guess before this administration, there wasn't even such a thing as winter, right? It was
no,
it
no,
was a
winter didn't even
perpetual spring.
exist. No,
It was
no,
a
it's just
perpetual spring. Yeah.
it was just a light, yeah, very very light spring, as you stated before. But no, I mean, no, I think it's just the lack of like people just are broke, and then it's that the temperatures are getting cold. Um, but funny enough, this actually kind of leads me to a very interesting story here. Um, so back in college, I was talking to a I don't know, I'd call him associate if anything, a classmate, and he was actually in the National Guard. and he was telling me one time. He was actually really telling the class about his short experience there, and he said this is like when the hurricanes had hit around what would the time? This would be about 5 6 years ago, I suppose now. So that would have been what? I think Florida, Texas. I can't remember, but it was somewhere down there at the time. Anyways, the temperatures were cold down there, and apparently the drill instructor came in and he said, "Who here is from Minnesota, Wisconsin, or South Dakota?" And about three guys stood up and he said, "Congratulations, you're being deployed down to the southern end of the U.S. because you guys are used to the colder weather." Uh, so I think it's kind of funny, I guess. I mean, for him it wasn't so much, but yeah, no, I think it's kind of funny that people just assume that the people that from Minnesota we have a higher tolerance to it. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess that's just an assumption. It's maybe a relatively harmless prejudice, but a prejudice nevertheless. Which is what I thought at the time. Hey, you live in a place that takes most rainfall in Europe. If you don't like it, move. But
I
it was, of course, not very. Yeah, it was not very thoughtful of me to even assume that she must like it because she was born there and lived there her entire life, right? So,
I don't know if I told you this one or not, but it's kind of the same ordeal. This one actually is a buddy of mine. We talk every now and then. We meet up once a year for a beer. But he's from Ukraine actually originally,
hmm,
and I graduated with him in college. He's actually in guards. And they asked him, a senior officer came up to him and said, because he was, I think he was on his last year before he could technically retire. And he was going to reenlist anyways. Anyways, a senior officer comes up to him and he says, he said, "Hey, so and so, you want to go home?" And he's like, "Yeah, man, that'd be great." Because at the time he was up in Duluth. He's like, "Well, congratulations, you're going to Ukraine. Get your shit."
man, wow.
I'm like, I'm like that's funny, but that's pretty fucked up in the same stroke.
Well, I mean, I think I don't know how to slice it, to be honest, in the sense that, like, was his superior joking?
No, no, he got
In which
deployed.
case, it's a cruel joke. If he's not joking, it's a very nasty kind of prejudice, to assume that, because someone is born in Ukraine or has Ukrainian ancestors, that they don't have a home here, but they belong elsewhere. That's also kind of cruel. um but most precisely, I mean, it's cruel because you are being deployed in a war zone. So, man, my
Yeah, he
sympathies
got
to him.
deployed over there for like I believe just 1 month. Actually, lucky enough for him.
Okay.
And basically all they did, based off of what he said, what he told me is a lot of it was see he's in the guards as a mechanic. So a lot of what they did was just help, based off of what I was told, help Ukrainians just kind of get equipment kind of put together, help organize shit, kind of very minor stuff from what he explained.
Well, I'm glad in that case. I'm really glad. You're going home, huh?
Yeah, I mean, there's more to the story, but I can't say it on the air.
No, no, you don't have to. You don't have to. But yeah, maybe we'll talk behind the scenes at some point. But it's funny. It's funny, and I'm glad he's safe. I'm glad he came back to his family, and that he can preserve a sense of humor about it.
Yeah, he's one of those guys he's always going to be in it for life. I feel like that's all he knows. And I'm not saying that's the good or bad thing. It's just because I know his term's up, I believe, like next year. or it's either
Mm.
this year. And I talked to him about it, and I said, "So what are you gonna do afterwards?" Because he's probably about 30, 31, 32. And he's like, "Ah, I don't
Mm.
know." He said, "I'll probably just re-enlist for another 10 more years." He said, "I hate it here, but he's like, what else am I gonna do?"
Well, I mean, it's look. I don't know what his deployment was. Um, you know, it's hard. It's hard to integrate
It's hard.
into
Well,
civilian
I
life
don't know.
after being with military. Even if you are not necessarily deployed in the war zone, even if your task is relatively removed from the actual line of fire, it still takes a toll, and it's a challenge to come back and live among civilians in so many different ways. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
look, he can come back and go back to school, which thankfully is one thing that they do take care of. um
I don't know. I mean, that I guess that's a topic. It's really debatable, I guess, from what I've been informed.
I can see that too. I live in Los Angeles, so we have the Veterans Affairs here. um it is basically, um it's
I
like,
hear there's a lot of regulations on it. Off of, I know
well, I mean,
one guy.
beyond I mean, I'm sure there are regulations, because what I was going to tell you is around Veterans Affairs, which a lot of veterans who are based in Southern California and especially Los Angeles County go to. um, there's an entire tent city, because there is some housing, some affordable housing that is dedicated to them, and that's very small, that's very humble to begin with.
Mhm.
That does not actually serve the entire community. And I'm sure there are some people who don't qualify for some minor detail, as you just implied. Um, and they're literally homeless in a tent city, living right along the highway, next to Veterans Affairs, which is a heartbreaking situation, right? Thinking that these are the people who have served the country, um, who have fought for us, right?
Yeah, I've heard of two very bizarre stories um, of people. So one of them was a neighbor of mine, and he was years older than me at the time, but I think he was Army, and so they told him his schooling would be completely paid for as long as he did his 4 years. And I think he was in his third year. They yanked his quote unquote scholarship because he had shown up late for some PT. And it was, I don't know, I guess he was like 10 minutes later or something like that. And they yanked the entire thing out from underneath him.
Wow.
So he ended up having to pay the the full 4 years. Which I don't know. I don't know if that's I don't know. I guess that's its own topic right there, but I don't know if that's
That's
right. And then I
insane.
ran into another guy who I had class with in college, and I kind of joked with him. I said, "So what's it like, getting a free ride from Uncle Sam?" And he kind of laughed. He said, "Nah." He said, "I got to pay for half this shit." He said, "Don't get me wrong, it's still nice," but he said, "The Army is only paying for half of certain courses." Uh, and then the rest I have to pay out of my own pocket. So I guess there's a lot of read the fine print type shit. So
Yeah, and of course, I mean, it's not. I know you were joking around, but of course, it's not free. Huh? I mean, they are being paid back for their service, so they
hmm
pay dearly for it. Yeah, man. Well, I hope it works out for your friend. What can I say? I hope it.
I'm sure he'll be fine. He's a bit of a milk dud, and he is a kind of a troublemaker himself. Like the stories that me and him actually got in trouble with in college.
I can imagine. Yeah. Well, I can imagine what kinds of trouble too that one would get in with you. So
I just,
maybe you
I don't
should
know.
stay in the military.
Maybe because, again, long story short, I remember we had like a 3 hour layover between classes, and this is when we first met each other. I guess more or less, this was like our first year. And he's like, "Oh, guys, why don't you come over to my place?" He's like, "I can make pancakes." So keep in mind, it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, mind you. But we're like, okay, screw it. And me and like two other guys go over to his place. He digs through his pantry. He's like, "Bad news, guys. I've only got enough pancake batter here to make two." And he's like, "Well, at least we got beer, right?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah." He's like, and he digs through his like his closet. He pulls out this case of beer, and so we have to wait for it to cool down. And we start drinking. Like, oh man, this shit tastes awful. It's like a I forget what the hell it was, but it made no difference because my buddy looked at the bottom of the can. He's like, "Dude, these are like 2.5 years old. What the fuck are you still doing with these?" He's like, "Well,
Well,
I didn't know." He's like, "I didn't take a look at it. I've been running around with it in my trunk of my car for like for God knows how long."
ooh,
So I mean, this guy is like you can quickly get an assumption of who he is.
man, around the trunk of his car, huh? Nice.
There's so many. I mean, there's so many questionable things he did. You know, I remember we just kind of joked with him. Damn, the army really does take anybody, right?
Man. Anyways, so there we go. To your friend, I'm glad you shared these memories with us, Meech. Um, did you have a brush with military service yourself?
No, so my dad was a huge advocate against it. Um,
Against it.
yeah, so he did his time. So my dad was around the Vietnam era. So
Ah,
and of course the draft was going on about this time. So my old man, I don't know. I typically not. I try not to get too much into this, or maybe try not to twist it too much. But the old man, he enlisted into the National Guard. Him and a few other of his buddies there, and my dad never really talked about it. I think it was just more of something like he did it because it was the better option than rather than being drafted, which you know it is what it is. But he was more of a line cook, so he never really talked a whole lot about it. But I know I talked to my dad about it way, way back in the day, and my dad just ripped me an asshole from one end to the other. He said, "You are not doing it." So, but nowadays, I there's no way I would be there's no way for one I would do it. There's no way I would do it, and then two, there's no way I would be accepted, just due to my conditions.
I can imagine. By now, I mean, initially perhaps there was still a small chance.
No,
How long?
I think it's just due to my eyes. Like that's like 100% it right there. That would be to be 100. I think yeah, that'd be the one thing that would kind of void me from a draft.
Oh, I mean, draft isn't happening anytime soon. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, it might happen sooner than one might think here because I mean this is entirely different segment here, but the military has had its like I think military is at its lowest draft acceptance numbers here like God knows how long.
Enlistment number.
Um, yeah, enlistment numbers, excuse me, and it's getting to the point where yeah, the U.S. Army specifically is talking draft. Like they're saying, like we need numbers and we need numbers now, but it's a two-part system. Um, because they've gotten a lot, allegedly they've gotten a lot more political They've gotten a little bit more woke, if you will, and that kind of tends to hurt their numbers. And then I don't know. I guess there's a lot of inside politics with why the U.S. military in general, is kind of suffering on its numbers. But yeah, no, there's. I know it's been talked about a couple times. I
Mm.
follow a couple former Marines who just kind of reflect, if you will, about usually the state of the current military, and they just kind of shrug their shoulders and say, "Yeah," he said, he's like, "I don't foresee a draft here in the next few years," but he said eventually they're going to hit a wall where they're going to have to decide: does the U.S. military want to keep going on this path of being woke, being politically correct, or do they want to get down to brass tacks and actually do what they're supposed to do? So we'll see.
All right. No comment on my end, one way or another. I don't even know what it would mean for the military to go politically correct, and I'm not sure if I share that assessment, whatever that means.
Well, I think one of them, and I think this is the kind of a funnier one. So I guess
No,
the
no, no.
U.S.
I That
military is
wasn't an
going to.
invitation. That wasn't an invitation to share your politics, Mitch.
No, I'm just gonna
It's
say
your
they're
one.
they're trying to drop the sir and the ma'am in the military. That's like one of their ways of going PC, which
Uh-huh.
I think is kind of funny, honestly.
I mean, that's not PC. That's just destroying hierarchy. I mean,
To
how
them,
do
it's
you?
PC.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how you
Yeah,
can function
it's
within that setting without addressing your superiors properly.
it's little shit like that makes it kind of funny when you think about it.
Man. Yeah, I mean, it's funny and depressing at the same time. I don't know. What do you think about the world time, Meech?
Is this the men's size or the lady size? It really depends on what the size is. That
I think
kind of
it's
determines my answer.
this is a unisex watch, especially
So it's a
without
lady size.
jam
Okay.
setting. But whatever you like. There are a few different versions here.
Honestly, look, if we're jokes aside here, look, I like the world time. I do. I prefer it on the bracelets. So whether you're talking rose gold, whether you're talking white gold, yellow gold, I think it looks better that way. Now, it is my understanding, based off of what I was told here, and I haven't done a whole lot of research in this, admittedly, but I've heard the bracelet didn't quite sell that well compared to the leather's configurations, and hence why it was discontinued that way. That might be true. I do not know. But I didn't I think it happens to be based off the one that I've seen in person. I think it looks good. Um, look, I mean, I think the world time. I mean, if you can't get a popular piece, if you can't get a desirable piece, and you have to settle, and you've got more money, you know, that you don't have to settle for a college travel, I think the world time's a great watch. I think it's a great watch.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I think you're right in the sense that um, oftentimes people associate this watch, this model, as a Calatrava style watch meant to be worn in a way on a leather strap. But you're right, especially on the platinum with a matching strap, it was kind of, top of the line, very prestigious. Um, so it does have its charm, in matching material, even when it's not platinum. Um, but I think, yeah, it's supposed to be on a leather strap. To me, that would be my preference as well. Um, and frankly, I mean, I know again, you're at least in part joking, but since it's a classic dress watch, it might be even more desirable in the 37 millimeter size rather than 39 and a half, almost 40 millimeters, which to me with the Calatrava, it looks a little too big.
Yeah, that is the how would you say the usual theme, right? Is Paddock Philippe's are um, is it because they have like extremely long lugs that they come off as misleading? There we go. On their side. So if it's hypothetically a 37 mil, the lugs alone just make the watch kind of ride like a 39 mil. Um,
Yes and no, because I didn't even mean it in that way when I said for me it's about the aesthetic. You know, a dress watch is supposed to wear smaller, so it's better that it's 37 or maybe even a little less than 40. But yes, you might say that, right? A lot of classic dress watches have very slender and long lugs. Even in this modernized fashion, they can give the watch a larger presence on the wrist than the sheer number might indicate. So that is a good point. I mean, I also like the modern world time because it is built on the micro rotor caliber, so that makes it attractive on the back as well. And even though the cloisonné enamel paintings, micro paintings on the dial are great, I love the guilloche decorations like this too. I think that's also very simple and elegant. I like it. I think it's a very nice genre, very representative of Patek, without necessarily being a trendy or hype piece. This, by the way, the 5231J, unlike the 5110 that we were just looking at, is 39.5. And hey, I mean, maybe it makes sense, right? That it would have more real estate since you want uh, a more sizable center dial, even if it's like, only a little bit larger. It's more visual real estate. Farmer Joe, Smoking Joe. So when the weather is like this, what do you actually do with
oh, I
all the
mean, a lot of people
livestock and
drink.
everything? Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Uh, for me, it's a little bit harder, I guess. Um, given that I've really kind of slowed down on drinking. So, but at
That's a
the
good
same
thing.
time, yeah, I mean, it is a good thing. But at the same time, it makes for longer nights.
Yeah.
It makes um, I've been trying to read every now and then. Legitimate books. I don't know. I can only handle it for so long before my mind starts to drift. But other than that, a lot of it for myself right now is, I mean, obviously with tax season, a lot of people are doing their taxes right now. I've got mine officially done already. Uh, so it's basically just kind of getting ready for spring. But yeah, you just kind of pass the time, do a little house cleaning. Um,
Does Meech need reading glasses when he reads
uh,
books?
no, but he needs a good source of light. That is for sure. These eyes aren't what they used to be.
I see that. I see. I mean, old age, it catches up with you.
That is true. And unfortunately, with the way prices are with everything right now, gas and everything, it's expensive to go out. It's expensive to go out to eat, or even just run into town and grab something to eat. It's yeah, it sucks.
Oh, Boston Collector is in the chat. Welcome back, man. Nice to see you. My sympathies, if you know what I mean, without getting into it too much.
I did ask Crappy Luxury when the punters can expect to see the official Crappy Luxury cookbook, um, 100 best recipes for one's air fryer, and
Is
we'll
is
see if
that
he
is
actually
that his
follows.
thing? The air fryer is his thing? Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, Crappy Luxury is the OG of air fryers. I mean, he's got the. You know what? I don't even know what he has, but I know. Knowing Crappy, he's got the luxury model. He's got the elite, only for platinum members type thing. Um,
Nice.
so I mean, he uses it religiously, from what I hear.
Great. I don't know Crappy Luxury much. I know he doesn't like me for one reason or another. I can guess a few things, but I think he's a fine fellow. Um, Certainly not like me in any way, but I'm sure he's all right. Yeah, I mean, I would look forward to his cookbook. I hope he includes some vegan recipes.
I just can't wait for the book signing.
Yeah, yeah, that could be interesting, like a book tour.
Yeah, yeah. Even it's like oh, I can't think of any. I can't think of anybody good right now. Like he'll be like the Rachel Ray show. There we go. Um, he'll be selling his cookbook, and then even demonstrating some of the recipes that you can make in one's air fryer.
Nice, nice. Does I mean, excuse my ignorance again. That does Crappy ever look show his face, like turn
Um,
on the camera?
I don't know. Not that I'm aware of. I
Okay.
don't know. I don't believe so. At least no, actually, I don't
No, I
know.
mean he can turn the camera to just the
Oh, his hands. Yeah, it'll be.
kitchen counter slash oven slash whatever else. I
Yeah,
mean, because one would like to see. I guess the air fryer is not really that much demonstration oriented. Um, but I guess you got to put the ingredients together at some level, right?
exactly. Yep. You got to empty the contents of the TV dinner into the tray.
Are we talking about Mike the Snake or
I was,
or
I was
someone
about to
else?
say, TV dinners brought to you by Mike the Snake,
Okay,
sponsored.
that sounds about right. I miss that guy, honestly.
I, I do too.
Of all
I
people.
I really do miss my. Oh, oh, won't you take a ride in my Pantera?
Yeah, thankfully we have Mookie who who did that wonderful collage for all of us, where we can reminisce about Mike the Snake's Pantera. And if you didn't know what a Pantera is, as he helpfully explains there, it's an Italian supercar.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? My favorite thing about Mike though is he has a new grill watch. I always kind of refer to it as Mike the Snake's grill watch of the week.
Right. I was gonna say, what is it this week? But you stole my punchline, unfortunately, Meech. Yeah, what is it for this week?
Oh,
Yes.
I have no clue. I mean, who knows? I think it might be a Tui Black Bay. um, because
That's cool.
I did pass Archie's stream here earlier today, and Archie had the Black Bay, the Heritage model,
Mm,
the black down and the maroon uh Beazle.
the larger piece, yeah.
Yeah, and Mike the Snake said, yeah, yeah, this model is way better than the Black Bay, 100%.
Well, I
I think
mean,
he meant
look,
to say the 58, but because he hates the 58.
yeah, look, I mean, you have seen the kind of watches Mike usually wears. I mean, for someone who wears the Deep Sea Dweller, the James Cameron, Black Bay 58 it's minuscule. It's like you can barely make it on your wrist, you know So I can see why he wouldn't like a Black Bay 58 and would prefer the larger 41 millimeter case size. So I understand.
Yeah, no, I think yeah, that is the good. That is the majority reason of why he hates it. I think he also hates it because I believe he said it's overhyped. Is I think was his conclusion. I
Okay.
could be completely wrong on that.
Look, I mean, I was just thinking about it. What? Just a question, random question, just to gauge if I'm right about this. When do you think Black Bay 58 came out? Don't no Bobby Google. Just say it off top of your mind. When did it come out?
Hands off the keyboard, Tim.
When did it come
Uh,
out? Let's
wasn't it
go.
shortly after 2015?
See, even with your conservative estimate, you are 3 years off. It came out in 2018, basically. So it's so new, and it's so mind-boggling because it is the kind of watch, I think, partly due to the elements of its design, which is of course very heavily vintage inspired, very heavily iterated from the Rolex archive. um, and it seems timeless, even though it basically, the entire line came out 4 years ago, and suddenly, you can hardly think of a world without Black Bay 58. It's so strange. I'm not talking about Black Bay Heritage, of course, which came out in 2012, right? But the current, in Mike's terminology, hyped version of it. So in a way, he is right. In another way, it's kind of like the story we have about these social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. It's as if we did not know how to live before these outlets. And Black Bay 58 is like, it's as if the average watch nerd, average enthusiast like us, the watch degenerates, didn't know how to think of entry level luxury before this piece existed. It's so strange.
Well, I think that, and it's, I wouldn't, I don't know if you'd call it terrible marketing. I think you could call it terrible marketing. Because Tudor's just now starting to advertise their other watches. So like it used to be like 3 years ago, maybe four. Uh, like you would look on Tudor's website, and the Black Bay 58 was. I think the Black Bay was technically the first, and then there would be the Black Bay
Mm.
58 in the catalog. You look on the Instagram, and all they had was they would rotate between the Black Bay 58 and the Black Bay Heritage models. So it really was just those two watches kind of holding the franchise together, and that's all they advertised. So you really didn't know of the Ranger. You didn't really know of the at the time, anyways, what
Mhm.
would be called the technically day date in Tudor's version. Um, he didn't know of basically the obscure pieces. Now, in Tudor's defense, those obscure pieces were and still are fucking top tier dog shit. I mean, nobody's buying 1926s. Hardly anyone's buying the day dates, if you will. Uh, I mean, yeah, the Royals actually gotten some more pickup speed here, but they were very slow to start off. But when you look at those three, I mean, shit, Tudor could really cut the dead weight and just fucking piss off with those watches. Really get into uh, fucking around, experimenting with the Ranger line, with the Pelagos line. Get rid of that fucking PO1 or whatever the fuck that abomination is. Fuck off with that thing. Nobody's buying it. And they could really expand on the chronographs. I think they can make a thinner chronograph and they can make a thinner GMT.
They can. You think you think they can't, or you think
I
they
don't think they
don't want to
can't. I just
overlap?
think they don't want to.
Exactly. They don't want to. I mean, you know,
Because
as
Tudor's for
much.
the Americans, all right? Tudor is for the fat
Wait,
Americans.
wait. Relax a little bit. Let me get a sentence out once every so often, if that's okay. Um, it's at the end of the day, yes, Tudor started carving out its own space. Yes, it has become its own brand rather than Rolex's little brother or spare parts brand. But obviously, they are not going to have an entire line of products that replicates what Rolex has in its lineup and eat off from their sales. I mean, there's a reason, again, as much as you like this watch, there's a reason that Explorer in 39 millimeter was discontinued and suddenly the Ranger cropped up at 39 millimeters. I don't think it's a coincidence, right? So in the
No, no,
same way,
absolutely.
if you have a line of affordable GMTs that are sized in that sweet spot of Black Bay 58, no one will, I mean, some people will still buy the Rolex GMT Master 2, but a lot of it will be diverted to Tudor. I'm not sure if they want that right now.
Mm, I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, 2 millimeters ain't gonna make a break.
Maybe, but if it's not going to make or break, what are you complaining about?
Oh no, I'm not complaining about anything really. I mean, I would never buy a Tudor nowadays because I've outgrown the brand, and the brand is beneath me. I mean, personally, I'd be embarrassed seeing wearing a Tudor in public. Honestly, that shit's embarrassing.
I
I don't
like
need
that.
people throwing their change at me.
I like that slight Archie Luxury reference. But
I
listen, I
just
mean,
think
look, joking
Tudor could
aside,
really.
there's a reason why people keep asking for that. So clearly, it makes a difference. Clearly, it's something that people who are even vaguely interested in Tudor would like to see. But I think there's a very specific reason why it doesn't exist in the Tudor lineup, and it needs, if anything like that would happen, it would be as a result of a sea change in the relationship between Rolex and Tudor, and I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I'm not saying Tudor should copy Rolex's playbook one for one. I mean, technically, they're being accused of that already, but I'm just saying, get rid of the garbage, bring back the because I know plenty of people who really do want that Tudor North flag back because it was such a weird and funky design.
Right.
And since it wasn't a black bay, oh well, Tudor's like, well, it didn't do well. It's not a black bay. Kick it to the curb, throw it in the trash bin. Yet the Tudor day date, if you will, um, whatever you, I mean that thing is not selling here in America. Yeah, it might be selling for the Asian market, the China market, but that shit, I guarantee you, is not selling very well here in America. Like, come on.
Um, Look, I mean, it's again, it's a situation. I feel like I'm caping too much for Tudor at this point. Like, I don't want to seem like I'm defending them too hardly, but I do need to say this. I mean, in a way, they are damned if they do, damned if they don't, because one criticism that they get all the time is everything is Black Bay. So if they were to eliminate, like in a way that Rolex mostly eliminated the Cellini line, right, except for the moon phase,
Mhm.
and they made it mostly the Black Bay 58, then like two or three random assortment of greatest hits like the Ranger, like the North Flag, which is kind of like contemporary iteration of the Ranger anyways. um this time that criticism will once again roar its ugly head and rear its ugly head, I meant to say. And it will be like, oh, Tudor doesn't make anything um other than Black Bay. Everything is Black Bay. Even though I think that's, again, I keep saying this, Tudor's Black Bay is like Rolex's Oyster Perpetual. It's the core of the lineup. All the watches take their main lines of inspiration and design from it, but they're not the same watch. I mean, Black Bay 58 is not the same watch as the Black Bay Chrono, which is not the same watch as the Black Bay GMT, which is not necessarily the same watch as the Ranger. So it's you know, it, it is what it is. I understand the criticism, but on the one hand, they have been incredibly popular and they started cracking the top 20 pretty easily in terms of the sales and moving on to maybe even the top 10. On the other hand, that also brings them a lot of criticism, right? As you grow, you are ought to attract more attention, some of which is negative. I think overall they are doing fine. I'm not sure if they can't be doing better, like you said. Um, and I think your point is well taken in either case. Honestly, I would love to see more experimental stuff, like in the line of the ceramic Black Bay, in the line of what they did with bronze and silver. Something maybe that plays with the proportions and uh, functions and complications of those watches. Like do something like that, but not simply as a Black Bay, right? Do something in
Right.
ceramic, but maybe do a chrono. I don't know. Do something different that we don't usually see from Tudor or Rolex. That's what I mean.
I think the 1926 would be a great template to fuck around with.
Mm.
It's not a great watch right now. It doesn't sell very well. Mostly ladies buy it, but if Tudor really wants this, I don't know. You just get the vibe that Tudor wants to create a dress watch or a fuck off watch, right? And then you can see this in a two tone Black Bay, rolled gold. You can see this in the all rolled gold, that abomination, that green and gold. Um,
I
so you
think
can
that's yellow
see
gold, but anyway, yeah.
whatever. I mean, tomato
Potato,
tomato looks like
potato.
shit.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
But you can see like Tudor really kind of wants to toy around with this idea of like, oh, we want to create like a fuck you watch or like a proper dress watch in the 1926. You can see that like the template is there, but it's just not executed very well. And I think Tudor could actually do something like where they could
Mm.
potentially create a nice dress watch if they kind of really devoted themselves to do so, and if they really applied themselves and put the skills in. Maybe not cheap out on the gold. Maybe actually take the time to polish it. You don't need a full center link of gold. I mean, I think the 1926 bracelet. I know it gets a lot of shit, but I think the bracelet design itself looks okay. Yeah, it might be a little dated, but you can at least throw thin layers of polished gold in there, and you
Mm.
could create something that is potentially very unique and potentially a nice dress watch from Tudor.
You know what I will say actually, maybe in line with what you said, but a little different because I'm gonna say they should work with one of the existing pieces and do something different. But in my case, that's the Tudor Royale. I think they should do something with this integrated bracelet design. The bracelet doesn't have to be this way. The bezel doesn't have to be this way. They can keep the day date, I think, design, day date inspiration, layout,
Mm-hmm.
complication, whatever you want to call it, but do something that perhaps makes it a bracelet, like a hybrid bracelet that they offer in so many other models, like a rubberized bracelet. Um, and they can, since we have been asking, you have been asking a lot for a burgundy dial, maybe like a different color. Year of the Rabbit, special edition, Tudor Royale with a burgundy dial, burgundy rubberized strap. That, just try something different. Give people a little something different. I know it's a very predictable thing, um, but Rolex doesn't have anything like that in their lineup, and certainly they are not going to jump on the bandwagon and make their own integrated stainless steel bracelet watch. And the oyster quartz design has been part of Rolex's uh, archive, since late 70s. So it's not something that's arriving from out of nowhere. And they can use this as a base to have something a little different and sportier rather than an alternative to the Rolex day date, which it seems to be right now.
Yes, this is definitely the better version of the day date. I know they have the other version of it in their catalog still, and I can't imagine that's doing well. But yeah, no, I entirely agree with you here, Lord. They could definitely, the pieces are there. It's just it needs a little touch up. Um,
You mean this one, perhaps?
well, just in general, I think if they got rid of this pretend or this half mutant fluted bezel and just did a straight smooth bezel, I think it would look great. And then, do you remember the Omegas from like the 80s, where they had kind of like this? I wouldn't call it an oyster bracelet by any means, but it was like on the Speedmasters, and it was like this really funky bracelet. Do you remember you remember the Speedmaster that Archie got for free? It was like in a square shape, kind of a rectangle shape.
Yeah, you mean the Mark II, no? Speedmaster Mark II?
Was it the Mark II? I don't know, but it had that bracelet where it was like a solid bracelet. It wasn't a Jubilee style. It wasn't the like your traditional Speedmaster bracelet. It was a solid bracelet. I think that would look great on this watch, especially if you integrated it into the case.
I will show you an example of that kind of watch that was done for the German market, and for that reason, it's called the Teutonic, and it's a very interesting piece. I wonder if you would like it. It's kind of iteration of the Omega Speedmaster that has an integrated bracelet.
Yeah, it's something like this. Yeah, something like this where I think it would look great on the Royal, um, especially with the Royals case.
Yeah, I think they should work on something like that. I don't know. I mean, I don't feel extremely strongly about it, but I also feel that it should um they should try something different. They should try to give us something that Rolex and Tudor otherwise did not give us.
I've always said the Royal was one decision away from being great. Like great, it seems like the project was rushed. It was done on a Friday afternoon. It was 4:50. The boss said, "Just throw something on my desk and we'll kick it out the door on Monday," and that's what the Royal is. It just seems like a very rushed project.
I mean, it also, I understand it's called Royal um for being a kind of a Rolex day date, aka the president, right? So it's not
Right.
it's not really because of the royal oak, but then it's an integrated bracelet watch. So that's the first thing that comes to mind. So it's kind of, even the naming, like you said, seems to have been an afterthought and not really thought out. Um, yeah, I think this could have been an interesting watch. I love the case. I don't like the bracelet. I absolutely do not hang with the bezel, but the dial with this applied Roman numerals, the hands are all quite great. I mean, it could be also, I guess, a time only would be great. But the day date version like this could be just as nice. I don't know. They
I mean,
should
it's the
they should
poor
try.
man's day date, and it looks great. It looks, it doesn't beat the OG, but it definitely looks great for its price point of 2 grand.
I mean, it also, it, as much as I love the day date, and of course I prefer it when you pose it like that, but I also feel like, this in stainless steel and maybe with a sportier dial and possibly with like a rubberized strap, this could be like a youthful version of the day date. And why not? I mean, isn't that what Tudor is for at some level? So they should try something with this Tudor Royale. I'm surprised that they haven't, in fact.
I just I think they just don't know which way to lean with it. Honestly, I think they just because you could. I mean, one step could actually make this watch look absolutely terrible too. And I just think it's like it's right in the fence, and they don't want to tip it the wrong way, which I can completely understand. Because this watch struggled hard enough in its first year. I would be very interested to see the numbers on the books because right now it's now catching up speed, especially when they came out with the new colorways. But yeah, when this watch first came out, man, this thing was hated.
Yeah.
Couldn't help
No,
but
I
notice,
get it.
but Boston Collector actually had a very interesting question.
Yeah, sure. What current Patek models are the ones you think, in their configuration and current form, will stand the test of time as a collector's piece? I think those are two different questions, by the way. But since you brought it up, Meech, would you like to respond to it as it is? And I will pull up the watch you talk about, and then I will say my piece.
Oh hell yes! I mean, you already know who it is. It's got to be the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711. I mean,
But
doesn't
it's
get
not
much
in the
better than
current
that.
lineup. No, it's not in the current lineup. Respond to the question as it is.
Look, I mean, just in general here, any Nautilus is going to withstand the whole, just withstand father time. I mean, Nautilus is
Okay.
in the last three
Yeah.
years here have just popped off. They're never going to come down. I think they'll quote unquote stabilize, but I don't think you'll ever see a Nautilus dip if they I don't know the very least they'll probably dip to 90,000 minimum on a secondary market, but I don't see any in any galaxy where they'll level off to, or get really within range of their retail
Right.
price. Aquanauts maybe sure, but Nautiluses, it doesn't matter which configuration, rose gold, steel, not steel, white gold, um two
Well, I
tone,
mean,
it
which
ain't gonna matter.
which configuration is a little too wide because like there's so many iterations of the Nautilus, in its history that there can be one or two things, especially the ones that are smaller, more feminine, etc., that are completely crashing as we speak. So it's
Well,
a
I mean,
little
yeah,
broad,
valid
but
point.
I think if we're talking about what they have right now, that's not necessarily gem set or extremely rare, which already commands strange kind of premiums anyways, even or especially when it's gem set. I think the standard ones, I mean the new 5811G, whether I like it or not, it is going to stay, and it's going to be also produced in other metals as time goes on. And I completely agree. I think the Nautilus is there to stay. I think since its 40th anniversary, it's been gaining traction, and they can't do any wrong with it. I mean, I don't know how much it is benefiting the brands at large that the Nautilus has uh, become the brand, that the Nautilus has even surpassed the brand in many ways. But it is what it is, and my absolute hit when it comes to that, and the watch that will certainly be hot for quite some time. But this is a very, very difficult piece to acquire. I mean, it's not even the usual bag of tricks will not work for this one, but 5740, the Nautilus perpetual calendar in white gold. This is probably the top of the line. I know it takes years to get it, even if you are already a privileged collector. Um, but it's really absolute top of the line product. Um, and I don't know, to someone like me at least, this is much more desirable than the 5711 or 5811. But on the secondary market, it's already $250,000. So um, just tread carefully. I don't see it dropping down much, if at all. But this is one piece I think that's relatively timeless.
I mean, I don't know. Let's make it interesting, I guess, to a degree. Let's just say fuck the Nautilus and fuck the Aquanaut. Let's not put them in the roles there. I mean, which paddock would you say then?
Okay, so that's why I said there are two questions there, right? Because Boston says basically what will stand the test of time and what will be a collector's piece. I think these are kind of different, although they might coincide, right? In the sense that I think Nautilus 1 millimeter here, 1 millimeter there, it might change the desirability of the piece over long time, but it will still be part of that archive, which nowadays, for example, includes the 3800 as much as it includes the 3700, the original jumbo, right? Even the reduced size now has its own niche, has its own place in the Nautilus lineup. So it has become timeless, but it's not nearly as collectible as the jumbos. You understand what I mean? It's a very fine nuance, perhaps. Maybe I'm being a little pedantic, but it is what it is. Like the Golden Ellipse, for example, it's an absolutely timeless design. Uh, it's not necessarily collectible in the way that a lot of collectible Pateks are. So going back to that, if I were to completely exclude the sports models, so to speak, the Aquanauts and the Nautiluses of this world, I would go for two things. One is a wild card. One is entirely predictable, but I think still important to highlight because it doesn't come necessarily so naturally, so easily to people. I think actually I have three. Um, this one is 5172G. Uh, one of Patek's specialties is the hand wound chronograph. All the models that have come in this family have become collectible in their own rights, whether it is the movement that beats inside them, the dial color, the particular proportions of the case, from all the way back from 130 to 530, variations of those, 1463, 5070, 5170. They're all collectible in their own right. And I think 5172G in the blue dial or the more recent salmon dial will both be collectible in their own right as we go uh, as we go forward. And, you can kind of see them occupying, even if they are the same watch with just a different dial color, you can still see them occupying also a different kind of taste. overlapping with a different kind of niche, if you have the chance, get them both, because I'm sure they will be desirable in their own ways. Um, the second piece that I want to highlight, and that I also prefer in the discontinued version, but I think this will be just as desirable, if not more, is the 5935A. Um, I think, again, the um, these kinds of watches, the combination of complications has in the past produced some of the most iconic, excuse me, some of the most iconic Patek pieces in the past. I was just talking earlier about the 1518, which was, of course, the perpetual calendar chronograph. This one, which is the world time flyback chronograph, is kind of uh, the same approach, of course, expressed very differently and for a different time. I had just mentioned that for Patek sports watches, the combination of travel time with um, the flyback chronograph is an extremely popular choice, and 5990 was the example there. Here you have a piece that's neither fish nor fowl if you want to approach it from a negative perspective. From the positive perspective, you have a piece that straddles both the worlds of the dress watch and the sports watch, and does that in combining two very attractive complications. And you can also make the argument that they're useful too. Um, Self-winding integrated flyback chronograph and the world time. 5935 is, of course, so stainless steel in a 41 millimeter case, with this salmon dial with a basket weave pattern at the center of the dial. I prefer it in 5930 G, the white gold 39.5 millimeter case, with the blue dial, and with that beautiful kind of ripple effect, like crochet decoration in the middle, something like this, for example. So I think that is my second choice. So we said 5172G in blue or salmon dial, 5935A, or if you give me that little bit of a leeway, 5930G, even though I didn't allow it to meet, so you can discount that at your own leisure. Um, and then the third piece that I'm going to offer is actually a little off the beaten path, so to speak. It's this one. I would advise that you buy this on the secondary markets. There's also this discontinued white gold version, which is a slightly different aesthetic. The reason I'm highlighting this is not only because it's an oddball and it caters to my subjective taste. I like regulator dials. I think Patek will discontinue this model quite soon. I don't have any insider information. It's just a gut feeling. I don't think it sells particularly well. But for that reason, again, referring to the two different sides of Boston's question, this is a piece that caters more to the collector piece discussion, right? It might not be the kind of timeless piece, so to speak, the kind of piece that has a universal appeal, which would interest most collectors. But because this is a piece that might soon be discontinued, will somehow have a limited run in the two different metals. It can be an interesting piece to pick up on the secondary market, hopefully at a nice buy where you can actually get into some lasting value over the years. And again, from my personal perspective, it's also a beautiful watch, but I understand why people might not agree. But this will, in my opinion, be a certain collector's piece. And no, Dumpucht, it was 5970 was not the anniversary piece. That is a different one. Um, which I was going over actually when I was looking at the auction a little while ago. What do you think, Mitch? Do you have any other ideas when it comes to the current lineup or any adjacent pieces?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I just take the bitch way out and just say a Calatrava because I don't know enough about dress paddock flips to make a decisive and educated statement.
Mm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, I I was a little bit thinking about when you made me highlight the question. I was also thinking about the 5212, right? The weekly calendar Calatrava.
Right.
But I think for me to highlight something like that, I feel like it needs to be discontinued, and it might just be soon enough. Um, and yeah, again, when you look at the trends, a stainless steel Calatrava always remains collectible. And this watch still is quite desirable. I think on the secondary market, it started dipping right under list price more recently. Um, so I don't know for that reason whether it's a very smart buy. But all that being said, I feel from a collectability perspective, there's a good chance that something like this can, you know, down the line be an interesting piece to have in the collection because it's a stainless steel Calatrava, because it's a unique complication for Patek since it's a weekly calendar, and because it has that quirky dial design that makes it both playful or also exactly also the kind of material that would be wiped from memory quite quickly. You know, it can be discontinued without even any advance notice. And yeah, it has fallen more recently right under, or at least it can be found right under the list price on the secondary market nowadays. Yeah, stainless steel Calatrava, unique complication for a Patek and for a Calatrava specifically in being weekly calendar. And the oddball design kind of designates it as something quite timed and something that might be removed from the lineup without any notice. Yeah, that's my take. Which Mitch, thank you for being so generous to give freebies to the audience. It's really a sign of your generosity and grace.
Happy to help the community.
5650G is Dumpucht's favorite. Oh well. See, I mean, again, that's a piece that's ought to go into the collector's bin as well. Of course, it's long been sold out, but the advanced research 5950G, the Terminator. Well, this was the first appearance of travel time in an Aquanaut case. It was released, if I'm not mistaken, before 5164G, so it has that sort of importance. I know people like the white gold versions of the Aquanaut, especially because of the oversized case, because of the extra jumbo case. Um, yeah, look, I think we talked a little bit about this before on this channel, but I'm not sure if you offered an opinion, Meech. What do you think about, skeletonized dials or dials with cutouts or open working? What's your position on it?
Overall, I hate it. I hate the concept. I don't care if it's Patek Philippe or Zenith or Rolex. I don't like them. I don't know. Perhaps because I have piss poor eyesight. But I don't particularly care for them. No.
Well, I mean, in this case, look, the cutout is not completely useless in the sense that it exposes the part of the mechanism that you operate with the two pushers, right? So you see how it jumps the hour back and forth. On the other hand, again, it's like, it's not like it's exposing the column wheel of a chronograph where you have a little bit more visual interest and a little bit more of a mechanical charm. This is just just you see just the click of the pusher each time, back and forth in both directions. So I really thought, when since this watch came out, I thought it was an abomination, I should say. And yeah, though I have to agree with Dumpucht, whether you like it or not, any Patek advanced research piece, both because of its introduction of a certain complication and because of its limited number, be collectible. So any advanced research piece that you can get your hands on would be a great addition to a Patek collection, and it will, whether it stands the test of time or not, it will certainly be part of the historical archive and therefore be collectible. I mean, even this.
I mean, by definition, what the hell is this thing? Honestly, I mean, it's not an open heart because you're not seeing the actual heart of the movement, right? I mean,
You are
but it's not
seeing
really a complete skeleton.
you are seeing the clicks of the travel time pushers. So back and forth, the jump hour.
Right, but I mean, textbook. If you had to throw it in one box or the other, what would you throw it under? Open heart or skeleton?
The I mean, you don't have to throw it anywhere, but yeah, I would say cutout or open working, something like that.
Hmm.
But I think even the nine there, I mean, I just feel like, again, this is not it's not even a nice design, right? I feel like they should have eliminated the nine in the same way they eliminated 10 an 8. It's
Yeah, yeah. It's offensive. It's an offensive watch to look at.
well, I mean, I don't know if I would go that far, but I just feel like the design, like you said, doesn't exactly go one way or another. It doesn't really commit fully to open working. What it exposes is significant to the complication itself, but the complication itself is not so significant, if you know what I mean. I mean, it's not a marvel. It's not the marvel that it was when it was first introduced. Let me put it this way. Um, but yes, for its historical importance, for how popular the Aquanaut travel time has become over the years, especially in the 5164 um, iteration. And also, in a way, I was just talking about the world time, right? And saying that even that jump hour mechanism with those uh, pushers, that was invented by the same guy who invented the Patek Philippe world time or the world time complication period. So um, it's important for that reason too, I guess, that it re-energizes, brings into the modern Louis Cotier designed complication and showcases it in some way. So it's, for that reason, it's always going to be a fascinating and collectible piece. And of course, if you watch the whole video, it also talks about how it's involves all these silicon elements, since this was relatively relatively recent. I mean, it's the post Geneva Seal era, right? So um and they're working on something serious when they wear bodysuits like this. I'm sure it's absolutely necessary when you are researching.
He's probably for something like completely fucking dumb. I don't know.
um but yeah, it's advanced research is, at once, uh it can be very exciting, but also, it's again, advanced research not for the cure of cancer. It's for introducing movement or a component where it wasn't before in a given model or complication. So it's not entirely groundbreaking. Nick Butter says, I normally like skeletons, but this partial skeleton, not really a fan. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's not one way or another, and I think that's in itself a little jarring. And that's why I said the Terminator, it's kind of like the exposed skin, sorry, rather the ripped flesh that exposes like the mechanism under the droid.
Right.
Yeah, what do they have? What else do they have in the advanced research these days? I know they just came out with the new split second chronograph. Let me see. They don't have a section for this on the website. You're fidgeting with the bezel.
Yeah, I'm fucking around with the bezel.
This was a handsome watch. Um, like the mono pusher
Oh
chronograph,
yeah, it
one
wasn't
tenth
this
of a second.
groundbreaking when it released last year? It was like the first of its kind, or something like that. I can't remember.
Well, it's one tenth of a second, which is not entirely groundbreaking, but it's kind of like when Rolex introduces something, it can be completely usual for everyone else. Um, but for Rolex, it's like, wow, right? Oh my God, they came up with a new bezel color combination. So it's kind of like this. I mean, obviously, uh, Zenith's chronographs have had the one tenth of a second um, indicator for the longest time. So it's not, shouldn't be otherwise impressive. But when Patek does it, calls it advanced research, and introduces it in a striking, I have to say, very beautiful platinum monopusher chronograph, it suddenly becomes much more interesting. To further push the boundaries of mechanical horology, the engineers relied on the caliber CH29 535 PS with the traditional architecture. It is the manually wound column wheel, horizontal wheel clutch chronograph, and increased its frequency from 4 to 5 hertz. So making it a real high beat caliber at 36,000 semi oscillations per hour for 10 jumps per second, allowing the measurement of tenths of a second. So, this is the video on the website. I mean, the watch again, front and back, is is very handsome looking, but I also think it's um, probably like 300,000 at list. So, and probably on the secondary market at a much more obnoxious price.
Just gotta break out the platinum Amex.
Yeah. You think?
Yeah,
Oh
just
yeah,
you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Monthly
400,000.
installment.
400,
Monthly installment.
400,000 euros. Yeah, that's what the price is apparently. So, I mean, it's a cool piece. Yeah, it looks very sporty. Um, very exciting. But again, at 400,000 euros, it doesn't really appeal to the larger group, larger crowd of enthusiasts. Let's see. Speaking of that, what kind of advanced research pieces do we see at Chrono 24 on Chrono 24? You have the 5350, which is the annual calendar. Yeah, you have, I think that's the entry level advanced research. The variations of the Patek Philippe annual calendar in the advanced research. Then you have the perpetual calendar. And the Aquanaut, the 5650G, is already trending upwards of 450, really close to $500,000 and more. And then you have a bunch of price upon request versions of the same pieces.
What do you suppose? They're fishing?
What's up?
The price upon request. What do you suppose? That's the fishing? I mean, what are the
Yes.
odds they actually have the watch?
Well, I mean, sometimes they have the price and they still don't have the watch. So I don't think that's a sign of anything in and of itself. But I understand the suspicion because that happens a lot on Chrono 24. Like they don't even have the watch, and you know they have a listing with the price or price upon request, and they don't actually have the watch. There's a stock photo and nothing else. So it's not very encouraging for the most part. When it comes to, especially, the more rare the piece, the more you see that kind of listing.
I actually got asked a bit of an odd question, or maybe it's not that odd, but it's at the Rolex boutique here, and the girls kind of just casually asked. They said, "So do you buy off of Chrono 24?" And I said, "No." And I said, "I don't think anybody technically buys off of Chrono 24." I said, "I think a lot of people create their own backdoor deals." And she said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well," I said, "it used to be you could just like the dealer could essentially post their phone number and their contact information, and then Chrono 24 kind of got pissed off because they weren't getting their cuts at that point, so they really cracked down on it." But I said it still happens. I mean, you can still kind of create your own backdoor deal. You just kind of have to be cautious about it. I mean, you basically, I said it. You don't have to get creative about it. Sometimes you just send a message saying, "Hey, is there an office that we can call, or an email to which I can contact with you for more better photos or whatnot?" And they'll usually kind of reply that way. And they just kind of nodded. They said, "Huh, interesting." And I said, "Why are you having trouble posting something on Chrono 24?" Like, it was just kind of an out of the blue question. They never answered me. They just kind of just quickly changed the subject.
Let's uh, ask the audience: do you buy watches off Chrono 24? Yes, no, I deal through the back door. Pause. And yes, please, as you vote, please hit the like button too. It's not too far away and it does help. It genuinely does help. Thank you. And it is the last hour of the show. So if you have any more questions, kindly send them with a super chat. Um, it does function, but if you want to test the button, it really does help. Yeah, what do you imply by that? Like, why do you think your Rolex authorized dealer was asking about Chrono 24? Do you think she was sussing the competition or
I I honestly don't know. I just know that dealers. I don't care if you're a boutique authorized dealer, gray market dealer. I just know that they're a little bit more cautious now because I think if, from my understanding, if you technically quote unquote get caught doing a under the table deal, you are banned from being able to post on Chrono 24, is my
right?
understanding, because Chrono obviously doesn't get their cut of the money at that point. And that's the whole point and reason why Chrono was there. They want their cut of the money, Lord. They want their
Yeah.
cut.
Well,
Um,
because also, just so you know, we talked about this in a cursory manner, but right before Christmas, they basically laid off dozens of people they had hired to really inaugurate their own sales on the platform, like sales that were actually done by Chrono 24, like they would have a stock, etc. They still have some of those pieces, but they were trying to enlarge that program, but apparently that's on the fritz now. So all they have, like you said, is their ability to provide a platform for others to sell. So they want their cut.
so yeah, I don't know why my girls were asking. I don't know if they were kind of wondering what it, I don't know if how many clients obviously they ask this question to. So I don't know whether they're trying to gauge on, what's better platform to kind of sell their pre-owned watches. Not that they have a whole lot, um, or what, but yeah, I thought it was a bit of an odd. I don't know. To me, anyway, it's a bit of an odd question, especially since they don't really deal in pre-owned. They're very picky about what they take in pre-owned.
Mhm. Um, I don't know. Look, I actually don't find it so suspicious in terms of their own practices. I'll tell you why, because the shadiest of all shady authorized dealers sell those watches through the back door, either through existent organic connections, especially if they're in large metropolitan areas, they don't need to even run this sort of risk. But when they do, they use WhatsApp groups, Facebook groups, and that's how they do the backdoor. I mean, they wouldn't want Chrono 24, not only because they don't want to give someone else a significant cut, but also because they wouldn't want to leave a paper trail. Um, um, they wouldn't want a paper trail in a third party.
Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Um, I just told him, I said, based off of what I know, you just have to be careful if a client wants to kind of create a deal behind or just go around Chrono 24 and contact you directly. I know because when I was looking at the Explorer 2, um, I always ask like, "Hey, do you have an office that I can contact for more photos?" And I don't know, most of them didn't really create a fuss, but there was two of them that said one of them just straight up said, "You we will deal with you on Chrono 24 only because of new regulations and rules." And then there was another one that just straight up stopped responding when I asked the said question. So I don't know how harsh Chrono 24 is on hunting down backdoor deals.
Well, I mean, look, I'm sure as with everyone else, some some dealers might be more careful with it, thinking that you might be some sort of mystery shopper. But
Right.
sometimes you don't even have to use that system, because whatever, I mean, I'll just use a simple example, right? Um, why talk randomly? But here is, for example, no, that's Watchbox anyway, so it's doesn't make sense. But something that does not have a private seller, or something that's extremely well known. But yeah, like for example, let's pull up this time only Zenit, right? It's a chronometer based on their famous caliber 135 that they just used in the observatory competition quality in the limited edition they created with Kari Voutilainen and Philips Auction House. So these are all the rage now on the secondary market. What an amazing watch box, by the way, that this one is served in. so, so quaint. Um, and when you go down, right after you have all the specs, the description in the beautiful language of German, and then go down, and seller says Juwelier Zeitpunkt GmbH. So you take this and search, and chances are you would find their own website, which will have the listing. So it says luxury watches in Nuremberg, uh, lovely city, lovely town in Bavaria. And then what do we have here? Rolex, IWC, Breitling, Cartier, Omega. Gégé Lecoutre, Lange. We'll find it. There we go. Same watch.
Is it the same price? Or does Chrono 24 have it, I would imagine, bumped up by 5 to 10 grand?
No, not 5 to 10 grand, but yes, the Chrono 25 was expensive, but on top of that, was more expensive. But on top of that, you can negotiate directly. You can write to them and say, I saw it for this price on your website. What do you think about this? This is what I had in mind. I understand if there's no room for negotiation. Thank you for considering my offer in either case. Yeah, this is exactly how it works. I mean, of course, there are private sellers. Of course, there are sellers that don't necessarily specify their name and location. But when such information is available, chances are they at least have a website. But more often, they even have the same listing on their website for cheaper, precisely because they don't have to give up 10% commission to a third party. So there you go. Yeah, and of course, this is a great genre, by the way, and they have a great example. Very clean, stainless steel. the original box of the watch, which is very charming. And, the price is not outrageous, although, of course, these pieces, since Zenit revived the O135 in that collaboration, have jumped up in value quite a bit. But yeah, of course, we don't encourage such backdoor deals, do we, Meech?
No, no, everyone should follow proper guidelines when it comes to Chrono 24. Um, yeah.
Chrono 24, Chrono 24, Chrono 24.
Although, yeah, no, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna make any more comments on it.
Well, I mean, look, some of us are more inclined for such deals than others. So it is what it is. Yeah, and yes, Chris, welcome back, by the way. And nice to see you on the channel. I know you have a very wide appreciation of Pateks, and we were also looking at some of the Pateks that were offered up for sale at the ongoing auction that's based out of London by Sotheby's. There was the 5976G, the 40th anniversary Nautilus flyback chronograph with that special blue dial, baguette diamonds for the indices, and the 40th anniversary engraving right under the brand name. Of course, the 5711 in the classic blue and the more rare and limited green was there. A bunch of Patek Philippe paraphernalia was also offered up, which I went through one by one. And finally, of course, the Aquanaut in its various iterations was also ever present. And some more rare, let's say, or more ubiquitous Pateks. Um, for example, this 533 chronograph that has once belonged to an American general. Uh, this beautiful example of a 2526, which happens to be the first self-winding reference of the Calatrava with a gorgeous enamel dial. What else did we have? Of course, the 5970R, in many ways, the Patek, right? The perpetual calendar chronograph, always a very attractive piece, especially since the 5970 series is the last generation that was still built on the Nouvelle Le Mania base, and that have the hallmark of Geneva on the watch, on the movement. And of course, the World Times occupied us for a little bit, both in the 5110J and 5231J iteration here. And finally, we did stop by the 5950, which is a very unique monopusher split second chronograph that you don't see every day. Ah, I don't know why I forgot this, by the way, when talking about all the things that would be collectible. If you can get it at retail, 5712 for sure, because that's to me, even though many people say 3710, the black dial, Roman numerals, power reserve at 12 is the first complicated Nautilus. I kind of disagree with that description. I mean, technically, even the date is a complication. Sure, by that metric, by that measure, by that perspective, so is the power reserve. But I think the 3712, which was the precursor to this Nautilus moon phase, deserves at least an honorable mention, at least some sort of recognition for being the first genuinely complicated Patek, having come out in 2005 and replaced by '06. So 5712 had a good run, had a long run. Um, but I think it will be iconic in its own right. And for sure, it's almost overdue a makeup or some sort of renewal. So it should be a very desirable piece itself. Hey, Mike David, nice to see you, man. Please hit the like button, by the way, everyone. It really, really does help. Yeah, here's an interesting phenomenon. This is the black dial, of course, if I'm not mistaken, just to make sure here. I think it's the black dial. This is the Vacheron Constantin Overseas third generation in stainless steel, time and dates. It's listed for 20 to 30,000 British pounds. So pound sterling. That's the estimated value, though, of course. So far, it hasn't attracted a bid, but there are more than 9 days to go. So it remains to be seen where this will take it. But this could be an interesting watch to look, to gauge where even in these sorts of highly curated auctions, these sorts of watches would lend. Because, of course, in the blue dial, the Vacheron Constantin Overseas has joined the hype train, so to speak. But I don't know how long it is staying there, and certainly in a less desirable dial configuration, it might well be um, off it quite soon. And again, I have to say, with the I have to look at the full reference codes to make sure what dial color this is, because it's really hard for me to see. I think it might well be the blue dial, and that might be just I think it is the blue dial, but it does look almost pitch black from the photographing here. But the reference number tells me that it's probably the blue dial. But yeah, not to say the pricing is necessarily attractive, but it should be interesting because these used to go well over list price. Nowadays, the list price is 22,500, and we'll see how this one fares. And speaking of what you said earlier, Meech, I mean, 5712 already has a bid at 70,000 pounds, right?
Yeah.
And the list price on that is less than 50K new. I think it's more like 48,000. So there are levels to the hype, so to speak. And one remains a little long lasting, if not fully timeless, but certainly at this point in time, much more enticing to most. How's life with your day date? Are you still enjoying it, or is the honeymoon period over?
Oh no, yeah, it's great. It is great. I guess I haven't really worn it out that much in certain areas. Like I haven't worn it in the gentleman's club, the bar. I haven't really worn it anywhere as notable. Yeah, I mean to the grocery store and whatnot, but that's about it. But yeah, I'm glad glad I got it. Um, and yeah, we'll see. I think summer will be fun wearing the watch. Honestly, I think I think summer will be definitely fun wearing that watch. I think kind of the reason why I don't wear it that much is my wrist kind of fluctuates here with the temperature. So when I like when it's warm, or like when it was 30 degrees out, the bracelet fits. Maybe dare I say a tad snug. Um, but right now, like I think right now the current temperature right now is let's take a look here, -3. Yeah, it definitely wears a little loose because there's significant shrinkage. So, but
Shrinkage,
I
you said.
digress.
Yeah. So since you got these, can we say roughly around the same period of time? But it's, I guess you also stayed away from your day date for quite a bit because you had some initial issues with it. Uh,
Yeah, no, I'd
but
say I got the day date. What with the 2 weeks of a back row?
can we safely say that you wore the Batgirl much more often than the day date?
Yeah, no, I was telling somebody else here because I've got my only watches that I have right now are the Bluesy, the Batgirl, the Speedmaster, and the Day Date.
Mm.
And I was telling him, I said, when you go back to the Day Date, it's a trip because I mean, no, go back to the Batgirl, it's a trip because I'm rotating right now between three watches right now, and that would be the Bluesy and the Day Date. So
Mhm.
when you jump back to the Batgirl, it feels like I'm wearing titanium almost. Like you feel like there's no weight there at all. It just feels uh, it's comfortable. It's very comfortable, very lightweight. And look, the sub is heavy enough the way it is, but then you throw gold plates on there essentially, and it makes it even heavier. And then of course the day date, even though it's fairly petite, it still has some heft to it. So yeah, it is a bit of a trip going to the back row. And I love the back row. I truly do. I think that Jubilee bracelet, um, it's a it's a it's a first for me, obviously, but I thoroughly enjoy it.
So you enjoy how it wears differently than the oyster bracelet. Is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
Do you think? Would you say you prefer the oyster or the jubilee, or do you just appreciate the variety?
It's gonna sound weird to say here, but I definitely prefer the Jubilee in winter. I wouldn't say it
Okay.
feels like a NATO strap, but given that I don't know, maybe it's the thinner material. It You don't feel the cold bite of it. Hardly at all. um, but the only thing that I'm not a huge fan of is it does feel fragile. I don't know. It's maybe a weird thing to say, but I don't know. I feel more comfortable wearing the bluesy in the shop than I would with the Batgirl.
I think that makes sense. I mean, whether it's whether it's hot or cold, I feel it's just supposed to be a lighter feeling and less, kind of airier feeling bracelet between the Jubilee and the Oyster. So it does make sense. I mean, I know mostly people would say I prefer it for the summer, I suppose, but I can see how for the same reason, since it transmits whatever the weather is less, it can be preferable for the winter too.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only watch I really had this issue with was the Seamaster. When I had my Seamaster 300M and I had it on a bracelet, um, after like if I was outside for more than an hour in winter, you definitely felt the cold bite of it. That was I don't know. It was just something about I don't know if it was just because it was a bigger watch, more surface area, or what. But yeah, you could definitely feel the cold bite of it after a certain period of time.
I really forgot how that feels, Meech. Because last time I went to New York, I also left my Rolexes behind. So I didn't, did I? I did not have a bracelet watch with me when I was in New York. So I kind of forgot how that feels in actual freezing weather. Like here,
Um,
we sometimes complain, it's cold, but it really isn't cold.
yeah, no, it's definitely not a great feeling. I'll say that. There's been I don't know. There was only one time that I really needed to run my hand under I don't know. I guess hot water, and that's because there was a frozen water tank in my barns that I basically just had to crack open the thin layer of ice that was sitting on top, and um, so I just kind of punched a few holes in there as well, and then was able to kind of clear it all up. But yeah, the bracelet then immediately picked up the water, of course, and it just like almost instantaneously dropped by 20 degrees. It seemed like so. Yeah, then you really got a cold bite on your wrist. I think I eventually had to take the watch off and just throw it in the back pocket. But yeah, it's definitely not a great feeling.
Mm,
I could definitely understand why people who are in colder climates or going in colder climates definitely choose the NATOs or Zulu straps.
nice. Yeah, this is a nice collection, man. These are your Rolexes now, of course, plus the day date, right?
Yes, plus one, minus one. So the no date's gone. I don't know. I mean, I just looked at the prices of them right now. The price of a no date sub 40 mil is it's $1,200 less on average than a 41 mil no date, which is kind of crazy when you think about it.
Why would you say that? Why would
Because if
it be crazy?
Because if you're in the market right now, like
Hmm.
hypothetically, if you're in the market to buy no date, why wouldn't you spend the $1,200 more and get the 41 mil? There's not. I mean, there's no argument of why you. I mean, yeah, maybe there is a small argument for the 40 mil, but for the money is what I'm saying. Why wouldn't you spend that extra little chunk there and get the 41?
Oh, you mean why wouldn't you get the most recent model? You mean?
Correct.
I see. Okay, because I thought you were saying it otherwise, and I was gonna say not that I necessarily endorse that behavior, and you know where I stand on this, but people want the new shiny object. You know, people want what's latest and the greatest. So in either case, I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of the penultimate, most recent iteration of the Submariner before it was refreshed with the 41 millimeter. I think it's just better proportioned right now, even though some people complain about how big the clasp has gotten and how hefty the bracelet has become, and not for the better. I think still it's a good trade off compared to how the watch is proportioned. Again, not the proportions that I'm interested in, but it is what it is. That's what that's what Rolex produces these days, and you just gotta go with it if that's what you like. So I don't know. Look, I mean, the No Date in many ways is it's a purist's watch. So and it's kind of for many people it has been the entry point too. So I can certainly see someone going for the 40 for one reason or another, but certainly I can see a lot of people going to, you know, shave off $1,000, $2,000. I mean, it can be significant at that price point. It can make a lot of difference.
Right.
Nick says about the differences, the minute differences between Oyster and Jubilee. Does that go to show, and your experience with temperature, I think, that the bracelet shrinks and expands in certain temperatures, such as how wood reacts to temp changes?
I don't know. I think for stainless steel bracelets, I would say not really. I mean, that would imply that the steel or the material itself is not solid enough for what you're using it for, and therefore it would fluctuate and expand. But when you're talking like leather straps, NATOs, I'd say yeah, that's a very reasonable assumption.
I think, again, I wish this is one moment where I wish we had Aussie. There are many moments like this, but this is certainly it. That we had Oz on board, because he would have a very specific answer to this. My more sentimental and somewhat wishy-washy answer is I don't think stainless steel is as living of a material as wood is. So even though it might have certain tolerances in relation to temperature, I think what's more significant when it comes to that situation is how your wrist shrinks and expands more than the bracelet itself. I don't think stainless steel is as susceptible to temperature changes as is wood.
Yeah, overall, I'd agree. I think the only thing where it'd be interesting is on Jubilee because you're dealing with thinner. I don't know if thinner would be the right word, but it's just not one chunk of steel. You're dealing with it in smaller. a smaller amount, and it might fluctuate.
Sure. Guys, the last 20 minutes, I've been going for basically 3 hours and 40 minutes. So we're going to wrap this up at 4. If you want to squeeze in any questions, if you have an intervention, some kind of request, feel free to send it with super chat. If you want to join the conversation, here's the link to the StreamYard. And otherwise, thank you for your presence and support. Thank you for intervening in the chat, asking questions. Hit the like button if you can. That always helps. Tell your friends, send the link to everyone you know. Share some of your favorite content far and wide.
Might be getting another G Shock, by the way. It's kind of off the cuff there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I so did you see the Casio, the Chinese New Year edition? I believe it's basically the same thing, but they've done the hour markers in the hands and red. There's nothing special about it really. It's just in a different color combo.
Oh no, not this, right? Year of the
No,
Rabbit is is this it?
no, it's the same thing. It's the same thing that was in my Instagram. It's the Casio. Um,
Uh-huh.
like I said,
Yeah,
it's just like the hour markers in the hands are swapped to red. There's nothing. It's
I
like a
see.
there's nothing special about it other than the color swap. And they want $50 extra for it, but hey, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I was so never G-Shock or Casio guy, so I don't know anything about this conversation. So I guess it's
I
cool.
In a nutshell, I like them stock. I like them stock. I hate how everyone's converting them over to look like Royal Oak so they can fake people out. I fucking hate that shit.
Is this again a shot at Aussie?
Oh no, I mean, does Ozzy have one like that? It wouldn't surprise me, but no, no, not directly. I guess.
No, I mean he did put I think his Casio on kind of its version of the integrated bracelet that makes it look even more obnoxiously like the Royal Oak. Um, since he wanted to try it around and get a feel of the bracelet, which I mean I never understood. How would you get a feel of that bracelet by
Yeah, I
using
mean,
something aftermarket for Casio, but you know
I,
it's
I maybe I'm not so against the integrated rubber strap or whatever. It's just like the guys who really go out of their way. They get the stainless steel case. They get the Royal Oak Jubilee knockoff bracelet, or they just try and get it as close as they can. That shit irks the piss out of me, honestly.
yeah, no, I mean that's exactly it. That kind of describes what Aussie has done. So I see what you're doing there, Mitch.
Oh, really? I just it's purely innocent. Purely innocent is what I'm trying to just a purely innocent outlook, Lord.
Amazing. So Mitch, is this it for you? Forget about the Casio. What are you getting next? I'm sure
Oh.
you're already entertaining something, even though each new thing is the last.
Yes
Um,
and no. I was entertaining the idea of a Daytona, but honestly, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand it, and I did actually put my name down for it. I'm gonna call. Well, actually, I gotta stop in next week and pick up some stuff from them anyway. So I'm just gonna tell them to take my name off the list. I just don't understand the Daytona enough to where I think I would own one myself. Honestly,
okay.
look, I think it looks nice. I think it is what it is. Um, Honestly, if I were to buy something else, it'd probably be Paddock. I mean, when you're looking at the Daytona, because I was looking at one on rubber, that would have been about 33 grand out the door. 33 grand, you can get into entry level Paddock at that point. So if I'm going to drop 33 grand, I want to make sure the money holds. And I'm not saying a Daytona wouldn't hold, but in that configuration, it might drop by 10 to 15 and 20 years. So,
You mean in precious metal, right?
correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I we have talked about this, and that's exactly what I said, right? I think it's cool, I guess. It's an okay watch. It's what I can get from a Rolex dealer right now. To me, all these seem like very, very light and not really reasonable um, reasons to get a new watch. Like it just like especially when you're at that segment, right? If you are getting something for 30, 35, $40,000, um no matter what your budget is, right? That's never my problem or my issue. But I feel like it's you're getting to the kind of watches where they need to be really good. They need to be exactly what you want, exactly what your heart desires, and also need to be need to offer something horologically, right? If you don't like chronographs, which I don't think you really do, even the Speedmaster, you know I think uh, hangs to your collection by the skin of its teeth. It can go out at any minute, I feel.
The
um
Speedmaster's luxury, Lord. What are you talking about? It's luxury. It's an icon. Every
that
collector needs one.
I said absolutely
Man on the
nothing.
fucking
I said
moon.
absolutely nothing about that. I'm saying about I'm saying this about your connection to the Speedmaster, which, like, you if it's love for 2 days, it's hate for the rest of the week. So it's that's what I'm trying to say. I understand. I mean, it is a very iconic watch. I think it has a place in most collections. I think it has a huge claim for being the iconic chronograph, but you know, even that
Yeah,
is
yeah,
kind of too
man.
much for your collection, because you're really not into it when it comes down to it. So why add the Daytona to your troubles in that sense?
Yeah, no, I think that's where I think you're 100% right. And that's why, like I said, I don't hate the Daytona, but I don't have enough interest in it. And I think the Speedmaster it fills the role it needs to fill. And yeah, I mean there are times where I do genuinely like it. Um, I've ordered a few new straps for it here. Hopefully they'll come in the next couple of weeks. But yeah, other than that, yeah. I really just bought the Speedmaster in the same way I bought the JLC, just to say I own one. However, the Speedmaster, comes down to brass tacks. I will fucking kick that JLC out anytime and take the Speedy over it.
Exactly.
100%. The Speedy
But
actually has fucking value.
I was gonna say, actually, you gave me a great example. So this is like you getting, let's say, in an imaginary scenario, this is you getting another rectangular watch, let's say the Cartier tank, when you're already sick and tired of your reverso, like when you're ready to give it up, if someone gives you $2,000, not even three. So why add to your troubles by getting something that replicates something you don't even fully commit to in your own collection? So
Hey,
yeah,
now I defended it. I defended it here in the comments. I mean, as you can see, James the advisor tried giving me shit.
so yeah, what I mean, what I'm saying ultimately is, it's just, it's too light of a reason to say, hey, maybe I should have this in my collection. I kind of like it. That's too light
Right.
of a reason to get
It's
something
a
that's
useless
forty
exercise at the
thousand
end of the day.
$40,000. Yeah. Yeah, and in a way, it's still, even with all the price increases, it's the everyday, it's a great everyday wear. It is the everyman's watch, because there's so many different iterations, there's so many different entry points into the Speedmaster. It has the kind of, even if you push away the story completely, right? Moon landing, space exploration, it has such an important horological heritage, as it shares the provenance of the chronograph movement of the 20th century. It's yeah, it hardly feels inferior to anything that's out there. So it's a great piece of any collection. Not my collection, but I certainly see how it has such a wonderful appeal.
Thing is, though, I also got this for a damn decent price when I shouldn't have.
Yeah, it
Yeah, so
was
I bought mine for 6.5.
right.
When they first came out, when everyone else was complaining about how they had to pay like 7.2 for theirs.
Yeah, I remember you did get a discount for it. Bruce G, glad to catch a piece of the show live for a change on my lunch break. The last time I was about to buy from Chrono 24, tax was charged and I didn't pull the trigger. Taxes, they always automatically charge the tax. And when you are importing, there's always a chance also that you would be slapped with extra customs fees, duties, etc., in addition to what you have paid to Chrono 24. Now, for those of us who might know a thing or two, maybe there's a way to contest that, but you know, I'm sure the rest of us would not even be troubled, because if it comes with, I think, UPS or FedEx, one or the other already holds it, and doesn't release it until you pay. So I'm not sure if you can somehow contest it and ask for a refund. I never had the experience, so I don't know. But yeah, you end up doubling on the tax when you order from abroad on Chrono 24, which is really nasty and curious from them. Yeah, this is actually my friend's 321. It's the pre-moon. It's the pre-moon Omega Speedmaster. And my minuscule Lemania CH27 40s chronograph. And they both have, of course, the same movement base. So kind of brothers from another mother. Yeah, I mean, I can see myself in an alternate universe. I can certainly see myself wearing an Omega Speedmaster. It's a cool piece.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it definitely is. It's one that you really can't go wrong with, honestly. Unless you buy the reduced, then then you've royally fucked up. But that's beside the point.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, honestly, I've come around in a way. I don't think it's to everyone's taste. I'm not gonna die on that hill, so to speak. But I I think it has its place. You know, I know one, it's a self-winding movement, so certainly it strays away from the Moonwatch heritage. It's not only smaller, it also has a different layout for the dial, so it's certainly not, not for everyone, not for the diehards for sure, but um especially the Michael Schumacher versions, I always had a soft spot for them. In these colorful dials. Forget about the moon swatch. Give me the Schumacher reduced.
I will
These
admit these aren't bad, honestly. And honestly, it would be kind of fun to see them do a reissue on these, but I don't think they would. At least not in this configuration.
By the way, this wait a second. This Yeah, this legend one is a little different, so maybe even more desirable for that version, but still of course has the date at 6. Um but these, for example, right? I know people hate them, but I think they have some redeeming value. Um, and I know that it's become the opposite, right? Nowadays, and you can see with the super racing, Speedmaster Super Racing, that introduced the new Spirit system, namely the silicon hairspring that can be fine tuned, that can be regulated thanks to the Swash Group's new technology. Those racing Speedmasters are in fact oversized. They are larger than 44. These are, uh, I think, slightly less than 39, or maybe right around.
I thought
Yeah.
these were like 38, 38 and a half.
Yeah. I mean, I think the listed price is 39, but who knows? It might be a little less. But I think in reds and blue, they're pretty cool.
I I think what makes them cool is that they're obviously dated. Like
Yeah.
this is obviously not something from today's era. I think that's what makes them special. I think if you were to do a reissue of these, they wouldn't hit the same.
Yes. You're absolutely right. I think, it's kind of quirky in that sort of, you know, vintagey way. Um and they did have these. Let me see if they have a. Yeah, he doesn't have the full image there, but they did have like cool unique presentation boxes. I think one example should have a good photograph of it. No, this is not it. This is too.
It's quite the presentation box.
No, that's not it. This, like, it looks something like this, but the guy didn't check the well, take the full picture. Where is it? Nope. Maybe this. Okay, yeah. Since you're giving it so overpriced, you might as well. So it's like this. That has the Schumacher signature as well, and it kind of opens like that. You put the watch in,
Yeah, I was
and
about to
looks
ask if those are supposed to be tires.
yeah. So, it's kind of tacky, but also it fits the general vibe of the watch, and it's also tacky and endearing in the way that the Breguet Type 20 presentation box is like a cross section of a wing, like the vintage airplane. So it's endearing in that kind of way, and I think for that reason, if you can snag one, find one that comes with the actual presentation box, and just go full Monty, Ferrari red. What more? Bruce G says US to US transaction, too many tax-free purchasing options to use Chrono 24. Hey, I'm not encouraging it, but yeah, sure. I'm sure there are many. Noise. Yeah. Again, in that quaint way, I think they are an interesting option. And again, since they're so different from the Moonwatch, whether we are talking about the Hesselite crystal or the sapphire sandwich, I think they have a certain appeal, whether in this colorful collectible edition or the legend version, which is a little more desirable, I think. These have jumped up in price quite a bit since they obviously,
Man, these are Paul Newman ripoffs.
I was going to say, since they obviously look like the Paul Newman with the dates at 6 o'clock, and of course with Mick's signature at 12 as well. But hey, who was the better racer? Beach. Paul
Oh
Newman
man,
or Schumacher?
I never really got into racing. Honestly, I never did.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm kidding. I mean, Schumacher is a legend on the track, whereas Paul Newman was a gentleman driver, so to speak. So it is what it is. Not to take away from Paul Newman, of course, but clearly he wasn't someone of the caliber of Michael Schumacher. But then again, who is? Not many. Not many. Yeah, the legend one, I mean, it can be even preferable to some. I know it's an automatic movement, but it has the date, it has the same case, the legend version. So that can certainly be an interesting alternative to people who are not really so enamored by the horological and even historical connections of the Speedmaster, but want something with unique styling, um, that is similar, but not really, to some vintage Rolex Daytonas. All right, we have just crossed the 4-hour mark, and I'm gonna end this sooner or later. Hit the like button before we reach a conclusion. Please, again, if you would like to contribute in some other way to the stream, all the information is available in the form of links pinned in the chat, included in the video description, and they are now in the crawling ticker as well. I very much appreciate it. In either case, Nick Butter and Jake Brooks, thank you for your super chats. Thank you, everyone else, for your questions and interventions. I appreciate your presence and support. And I will see you tomorrow. Meech, the last word.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Okay, that's quite all right. Tomorrow I will go right back into the Sotheby's London. I just have a few more pieces to present on that. I'll share with you some other interesting deals and go into detail to some recent developments. In that vein, I want to direct your attention to two recent videos that I have done. The most recent one is my short on the new Omega Spirit system and the super racing chrono. And I've also done an even shorter video, a 5-minute piece on the new GG Lecoutre collectibles program. So feel free to watch these on your own time. And it's also the kind of bite-sized content that you can share far and wide and send to your friends. And it could be a good introduction for them to the channel. So if you would do that, I would very much appreciate it. That is the best way, actually, that you can use to help the channel. I really want to get to 5,000 subscribers before the end of the year. And with your help, I'll be there in no time. So I would really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm checking off now. Thank you, Meech, for being on the panel and helping me carry the discussion. I appreciate you. I'll see you all tomorrow. Until then, adieu.
Bye.